we have an invocation. Board Member Carlson will introduce our guests. Oh,
Thank you. I've got Pastor Paul Buster. You want to go ahead and stand up? On June 22nd, 2002, he was unanimously voted to be the pastor of the New Macedonia MB Church in Tampa. He was installed as pastor in October the same year. In his 21 years as pastor of New Macedonia, he's developed the following, among others, the following 4 programs: the Glover Scholarship, designed to give a monetary grant to graduating high school students who will be attending an Institute of Higher Learning; Feed My Sheep, which is a ministry that provides free meals, including pantry and clothing items, every Wednesday to the community; the Saturday Sanctuary, an extension of Feed My Sheep on Wednesdays that offers produce and pantry items and meats; Mission in Motion of Florida, a 501c3 that has outreach projects from New Macedonia. And he has 5 children, 14 grandchildren, and his wife is Bridget. So please join us in the invocation, and afterwards we'll do the pledge.
Let's bow our heads. Father, we come thanking you once again for this day that you allowed us to see, Father God, and we thank you for just continuing to bless us and keep us. Thank you for being our God who sits high and looks down low. And we come this morning, Father God, asking you to be with this board, Father God, these council members, and Father God, the residents of this wonderful city of Tampa. Father God, that you will allow us to do what you would have us to do, that you will lead and guide us in every way that we desire, that you desire for us to go. Father God, we ask that you cover us with your blood and keep us, Father God, in your care, because we know, Father God, that you can do all things but fail. And we give all praise and thanks and glory to you for who you are, not just what you can do, but because you are God, the one who gave your life for our sins. And we thank you now. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Carlson?
Here.
Hurtak? Here. Clendenin?
Here.
Maniscalco?
Here.
Vieira? Miranda?
Here.
Henderson?
Present.
We have physical quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion to adopt the December 14th meetings. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now can I call up our director, Ms. Moody, and we are going to clean up this agenda a little bit and give a motion to take care of that as well.
Great. Good morning, board members. Erica Moody, CRA Director. Happy to be here and Happy New Year, first meeting of the year. We're setting the agenda and we are respectfully asking for items number 7 to items number 12 be continued. We're respectfully asking for item number 13 to be received and filed as is. And we're requesting to pull item 16 from required approvals and have it be heard after item 1.
Okay,
So moved.
thank you. Thank you. We have a motion by Board Member Maniscalco and second by Board Member Clendenin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries for our adopted agenda for today's meeting.
Relative, before we move on, just for the clerk's records, all those items that were moved to be continued, they're going to be continued per the date in the memo. I believe that was the intent of the motion.
Correct. Thank you, Attorney Massey, for that clarification. Okay.
Thank you, Board.
All right, so now we will have public comment this morning. Good morning. Anyone want to go first? I missed y'all, by the way.
Yeah, came in just in time, didn't I? First of all, I want to tell y'all, I came here a couple of weeks ago, and I want to tell y'all, Happy New Year, and God bless all of you.
Thank you.
And cool all of y'all back there. You know, God has brought us from a mighty long way, and nobody else did it but God. So we ought to tell him thank you, isn't that right? But so many people keep their mouth clamped so tight that they can't thank God for nothing. But I have to tell y'all, my name is Pastor William, located 1112 East Scott Street, Paradise Missionary Baptist Church. I've been coming down here for many, many years, and now I'm still coming down here. But the thing about it, I don't get no result. I guess because they look at me, say, well, he ain't nothing but one of them niggas. But I got to tell y'all, I'm a child of God, and that's a good thing. And you know what? I pray for y'all, and y'all don't know I'm praying for you. But I have to thank God for each and every one of y'all, because God has let us see the year 2024. And that's a long time, isn't it? From the time you were born up until now. And so I got to tell God thank you for that. But I still got problems. I want to know why y'all won't tear down them there splinters down there on the Jackson house. Why y'all won't tear that down? Do I have to call the governor and see if he come in and help us tear it down? And then a lot of other things we need a governor to look at. Since the mayor won't do nothing for us, we got to call the governor and see if he'll do something for us. And if he'll do something for us, we'll see that he get elected as President of the United States of America. We got people running for president that don't even know their right hand from their left. And that's y'all called Trump. Trump, I'll tell you the truth, he ain't about nothing. He ain't about nothing but trying to destroy America. And we sitting back and letting him do it, as if we don't care. But we have to let him know that he ain't nothing but a citizen of the United States of America. Y'all don't want me to be a citizen of the United States of America, but I am, because my ancestors came here from Africa and everywhere else and helped build this country up. And we got to thank God that where we are today. And that's a great blessing. And I want to tell y'all something. Treat everybody like people. Treat everybody that's citizens here in the United States. Treat them like citizens. And that's for me and you and everybody else.
Thank you so much.
In the name of Jesus. Thank y'all for the
Appreciate
blessing. And God can bless you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm handicapped now. I can't do it like I used to do. I'm going to do it anyhow.
Good morning, council members.
Good
My
morning,
name is
board members.
board members. Excuse me. My name is Carlos De La Osa. I'm a homeowner in the Southeast Seminole Heights neighborhood. I'm here to speak on my application for the East Tampa Community Advisory Committee, representing the Southeast Seminole Heights Civic Association.
We're gonna have an opportunity for you to make a presentation after public comment. So if you could say that until after public comment.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Attorney Massey. Next speaker.
Good morning, Council. Robin Lockett. I want to give you guys a heads up about the curfew meeting the other night, for those who weren't there. And I'll speak on it again come, the 25th? We have to be very mindful of the opportunity dealing with that curfew. Curfew is the tool to open up the conversation of other things that's needed. The majority of people don't want it, right? I think something needs to be done. I don't want council to hear the people and say, okay, we're not going to do a curfew, but we need to do something. So, and council cannot handle this or make a decision in silo. A curfew for a city curfew, you need to bring the county in, right? You need to bring, TPD was there, reading their notes. You know, I'm concerned that, for one, the advertisement, and I've always said that we have to find a way to get the information out. I sent the information out to several people. They didn't know anything about it. Commissioner Myers has a big sign on all corners, most of the corners in her community when she's doing a meeting or something of that nature. So in regards to being very intentional on getting stuff out, I didn't see that. There, I asked the person that was there, how did you get the information out? She said, we emailed. Okay, my personal email, I don't read it for 5 days, no pun intended, because I'm busy, right? And with the short turnaround time that they had, I'm just concerned that in one meeting, something this important, just one meeting, they adhered to what you asked them to do, but how was it intentional and how was it real purposeful, right? To really get feedback. And I guess if 100 people showed up, they only allotted 10 slots for people to respond, to speak. They had a QR code up there, I guess if you want to make comments or whatever, but for 10 people to make comments in person. So what I'm saying is, when you get the report back, because they did provide that, don't just shut it down. We need to do something, but it needs to be at a wider span. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, City Council, members of the Chamber. Hope you guys had an outstanding rest of the week and all things. You know, I woke up this morning at about 3:30 this morning. When I woke up this morning, I went in my office and I started working on some things. I have a son that has a mental health issue. So I went to address that for a moment. It got really tough to the fact that I could have possibly been in the custody of Tampa police. Then I had a conversation with my wife, and she talked me down off the ledge. Then I went back in my office and I completed the work that I started doing the work that I was doing. Then it dropped in my spirit to listen to Dr. Martin Luther King's speech, what is known as I Have a Dream speech. And I listened to it probably about 4 times this morning. And I kept listening for nuggets. What can I say to impress upon a group of people to get them to understand and to move on something that they have stated? Again, I bring back to your attention resolution number 568. And I think about the parties that are involved with helping make this decision come to pass. We have one African American that sits on this panel. And not even that individual and those individuals, no one has reached out and said, hey, let's have the conversation. Because when we talk about what she's talking about in respect to the curfew, when we talk about the crime that's taking place in the city of Tampa, when we talk about all these CRAs, all these variable things that are affecting the lives and the qualities of people in the city of Tampa, you have an opportunity. And 6 weeks ago, I gave you a framework on how to begin the process of improving or bringing to pass resolution number 568. It was a document that you wrote. This morning, or a couple days ago, someone reached out to me and said, well, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People are going to look at that document, and they're going to have a conversation about it. I met Mr. Clendenin at one of their meetings. He stood before me and he told me how he was going to be a great candidate for city council. He shared with me how he's going to do all these great things, how he's going to move the needle. And yet, I haven't even yet heard from him. And we stood side by side and had that conversation. So I'm coming here again today. This is 6 weeks. I'm self-employed, so I can take a little time to come and do this, but this is time-provoking. We gotta move. We must move on it. He didn't just have a dream that it was going to happen in the 60s. He's talking about now and in the future. We must move on resolution 568. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a registered speaker online. Oh, anyone in the audience left to speak? Yes, Mr. Citro, good morning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. CRA Board, Joseph Citro
Excuse
for the
me,
record,
1
Tampa,
second.
Florida.
State your name for the record. The person that just spoke, can you state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Daryl Height.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you,
morning.
Madam Chair and Board members. Joseph Citro for the record, Tampa, Florida, 33611. I'm here to speak about agenda item number 5. During my last term as CRA Chair, I requested, with the help of Ms. Michelle Van Loan and the then CRA Board, to set aside $10 million for this property, which was the old Army-Navy surplus store, with $5 million going toward infrastructure. I am happy to see that this is finally coming to fruition. With the problems that were had with the billboard that has finally been moved, we can now start on the affordable workforce housing that this property was purchased for. And I hope this board is going to take into consideration that it is located in downtown Tampa, in the urban core. And this will be needed for, among other things, the service personnel that work in downtown Tampa. But I pose this question to all the board members. Is public housing, affordable housing, truly affordable if there is no public mass transportation? It was also in my last term of CRA chair that I had asked the then board to please set aside monies to extend the streetcar going up Florida Avenue, crossing Palm, and coming back down Tampa Street. That was rejected because the money from the CRA, then the board, thought that it would be better for workforce affordable housing. I then went to Vic Bide, head of mobility, and said, what will it take to stripe for rapid bus in the same area? That board then said, no, we'd rather save that money for affordable housing. Board members, I thank you for carrying on this project, and I hope that it will begin soon. But please, let's take into consideration that affordable housing is not truly affordable without public mass transportation. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Citro. Okay, any other in-house speakers? We will move on to Mr. Randolph online. Thank you. Michael Randolph, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Michael Randolph, and I'm with the Center for Nonprofit and Community Development. Today, I want to talk about an upcoming class, which is the class on artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, and Web3. That's coming up on January the 7th. I read a book in the early 70s by a guy. The book was called The Technocrats. It was written in the 70s. That book talked about that technology is going to take over to the point where half of the workforce will actually be working part-time. The bad related to artificial intelligence. According to Resume Builders, 37% of jobs was wiped out by AI in 2023. It gets bad. According to the same source, in the year 2024, that is this year, 44% of employers will lay off people because of AI. The good news, artificial intelligence can be used to help low-income students in public schools to increase their grades in various ways. For example, it can provide personalized feedback, adaptable learning pattern, and tutoring support to students that need that help. It can also help teachers to design engaging lessons. Also, AI can be used to help poor people in many ways. For example, it can help people use to find jobs, improves their skill sets and their interests. AI can also be used to improve new education. AI can also be used when it comes to healthcare. At the end of the day, the reason why we did the artificial intelligence class, because we saw the numbers on the wall. We knew jobs was going to be leaving us quick and fast. We didn't really know it was going to be moving at this quick. I want to leave this with you. In 2024, this year, 44% of the workforce will be wiped out. Join us on the 27th of January as we talk about how we can reinvent ourselves and not become a statistic of the past because of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well now, we would like to hear from our next Agenda item speaker, West Tampa CAC, represented by Mr. Joe Robinson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, City Council and Chair Henderson. My prayers are with you and your mother.
Thank you.
Joe Robinson, 2338 Palmetto Street, Tampa, Florida, West Tampa, in the old Scaglione house, Guido. I'm gonna be here for a minute. I haven't been here in a couple of years. I mean, they put me back to be the chair. Probably gonna be my last role here, but I've got some things to talk about in West Tampa. We're the youngest CRA, we're the most innovative CRA, and we don't have all the communications problems. However, I've got some breaking news about West Tampa at the end that I'll let you know about, that you need to be aware of. And then I also have some concerns going forward with the West Tampa CRA, which is what the agenda says that I could do. So with that said, I got a script here. Basically, let's talk about some of the projects. West Tampa CRA, first of all, has been around since 2015. We got a lot of money in the bank, Charlie. And I'm very conservative like you when it comes to money, man. I'll save up I'll save up millions of dollars before I spend a dime. I like to have a big bank account before I start spending because I don't like to spend on credit, Mr. Massey. I like to spend with money in the bank. But with that said, first of all, let's talk about South Seniors Park, right on Main and Howard. What you can see is since we do not have a marketing firm like Ybor City has, because they were able to renew their continuing marketing contract with their marketing company, and we've been begging to get a universal company to market all of the CRAs, which ain't happened. Hopefully under Ms. Moody she can get that done. But Ybor City is getting this additional marketing. They're on the agenda today to even talk about a logo that can't be utilized. So we don't even have a logo like that, okay? There's some patent rights for that. You can't use that. Nobody has the rights to that logo. The city has to have a disclaimer to even let you use it. So we're saying we got to do our own marketing. So what we did at South Seniors Park is we put a wraparound fence. That cleared the block right there. That cut half the crime out there in West Tampa when we cleared that block with a fence. But we put a wraparound that says CRA West CRA, not even West Tampa, but CRA, to get the word out when them thousands or 20,000 cars coming down off the interstate on Howard, headed north, they'll see that on that corner to know that, hey, the CRA of Tampa is doing something to clean this slum and blighted neighborhood up. And right across the street, the old Burns restaurant that closed is now Whiskey Rhythm. Mr. Kenny Roberts, that's doing the Skills Center, is redoing that restaurant, and they open Wednesdays through Friday. I got to throw a plug for West Tampa. I'm going to be here for a minute. But South Seniors Park. South Seniors Park improvement has a budget of about $1.2 million. We have a design build firm, Ms. Fincey, I guess it's called. She's an African-American lady, graduate of the University of Florida Gators, and she's doing a good job listening us. We've had like 4 or 5 iterations of the design, iterations of the concept, iteration over and over and over. But when we're done, it will have a fence around it. That bus stop would not be on city property. You're going to have to stand up out there, get hot, and put something else out there. You will be able to close that park at night, which will help Septad, and it will be lit. The mural will remain. Everything else is going to be dirt, but that mural will remain. And I want to make sure we take that plaque, that EJL South Seniors, and when we open it back up, we want a grand opening. We want EJ there, God willing, he's still around, Charlie, that we have EJ there and that family, as well as Jetty B. Wilds and those people that are up on that mural, including that baseball player, okay? We need to invite those people to the grand reopening, rebranding of South Seniors Park. You'll see that it's a grand thing. We want to thank you guys for carrying forward that effort. Ray Park, right down the street. See, one thing we do with our money, we know it's for infrastructure. We know it's for affordable housing, but we got the housing authority building all kind of affordable housing. So we're working on the other infrastructure items the city does or does not necessarily have the budget for, like parks, like doing for autism, Mr. Vieira, doing those kind of things. So we're looking at Ray Park improvements around $2 million for budget design and construction, but it may go up because as you do these older facilities, these older buildings, you find things and you have things that the community wants, okay? And they want to have a walkable community complete streets, all of that stuff, because West Tampa is changing. Some people call it gentrification. We call it movement to the future. Because if you bring back people that were there, which they do, they come back, some of them. Some of them don't want to come back because they've already set their families in other locations. So we know that. But the opportunity to come back is there. HUD requires that. I've been involved with every relocation the Housing Authority had from day one in Belmont Heights. I know all about the Housing Relocation Assistance Plan. Been an author and commenter on it. So I know how to get people back. If you want to come back, my brother stay in public housing. He don't want to come back to West Tampa. Reason? He stayed in North Boulevard Homes. He said they ain't got a bathtub. He want a bathtub. He want no shower. He want to walk in the shower. He want a bathtub. He old school. So he's staying where he at. Okay, moving right along. So the firm is Finazi Construction Consultants. It's been working with us since May of 2023 when it got the notice to proceed on June the 8th at Ray Park. It's currently in the design phase, working towards a guaranteed maximum price for South Phoenix Park and a start construction date to start this year. You've seen the fence. You also feel a fence go around the old, what we call Redmond Freedom Park. We bought that. You guys approved that. 195, whatever it was purchased. It has some issues. It's got some brownfield. It's got some soil to be removed. It needs to really get a fence around it rather quickly because if somebody said I got cancer from sitting on that part, now it's going to be interesting, Mr. Massey. So we need to get that fence and get that wrapped because that soil, those trees, and all that's going to be moved. It will be dirt. As I tell people in West Tampa, when you see a fence, you're going to see dirt. As I told them when North Boulevard went down, that you're going to have to wait and see because things are changing. It's, Charlie, like you say, it's moving forward. Nothing is the same anymore. So we have to adapt to that, and we try to stay above that. Now, one thing I didn't do, but I better do this. I need to back up, Mrs. Henderson. One thing I do as a chair, I recognize, and I just want to let you guys know why we're successful in West Tampa versus other CRAs. And one thing is, it's like the Bucks. We the underdogs. Okay, but we go in that locker room and you take care of your part, you take care of your part, Charlie. We know how to play ball together. And so one thing I do with my team when I'm leading, I recognize them, and I want to take a second to do that. Of course, I'm the chair, but Carlos Ramirez is the vice chair, and he represents North Hyde Park. I want to give you some of these locations in the West Tampa area that are members of the advisory committee. That makes a big difference to get buy-in from communities. If you have one person, like I represent the West Tampa Community Development Corporation, but there's plenty of people in that. So my mission is to go there and represent, but to let them know what's going on. So that is why it's not an individual. We have 9 organizations at the table and 3 at large. That makes a big difference. And when you get that across the board with all these CRAs, you will see the difference. Today you got about 20 people trying to get in East Tampa. You got Michael Brescia. And we bring not just being a member, but I'm a licensed professional engineer. So is Mr. Collins. You got 2 licensed professional engineers sitting on the West Tampa CRA free. Free. He's civil, I'm accountant. Free. That makes a big difference in the thought process, especially when the goal and the mission to clean up slum and blight is infrastructure. Engineers understand that. You get one of them on there, you might get something done around here for free. Michael Brescia, business owner, knows about commercial development, realtor. Y'all know Sandy Sanchez, and I don't need to say nothing about her. Her name speaks for itself with arts and this and that. She's going to put that bug in your ear. At large, Janice Williams, been there forever, used to be old West Tampa president. So we got a resident there. Ms. Williams has been active. Walter Smith, I know y'all know Walter and his daddy in the library, representing the Greater West Tampa Community Council. And a new lady, Ms. Shamika Archer Grundy, North Hyde Park Civic Association. She's coming in, a rookie, but we're breaking it. And, of course, Bobby Wilson, Bank of America, representing Old West Tampa neighborhood. Tiana Young, Project Link, that's down in the old Just building, Ms. Henderson, providing wraparound services for the school district. Because we partner with people. We work with our school district. We work with our housing authority. We're not competing or raising any sand with them. Ms. Dalphine Jones, dedicated with the West River Front group, dedicated people, diehard people, and Mr. Haim Ben Baisden, the West Tampa Lions, knows the streets up there. And of course, my classmate from Tampa, Catholic 72, Jeanette Rarusa Fenton. Me and her graduated from Tampa Catholic, represent the West Tampa Chamber. Got the chamber on there. So you could see, and then we have a new one that I told Ms. Moody we need to get stepping on. Since you guys approved the new policies and procedures, Mr. Carson, thank you. we have an additional 13 member, which will be Tampa Housing Authority. So there'll be an ex officio too. That's a complete deck of cards. Okay, now let me get back to my script. But I want to recognize those people because they're not here, and I would be remiss if I did not mention their names and let them know that thank you guys for supporting me and allowing me to do what I do. So getting back to my script here, you know, they want to give me a script. So we've got the temporary fencing. Ray Park is a larger park, includes community center. They're talking about modifying the furniture, the students' furniture, and maybe we'll get some of that autism type stuff, whether you know it or not. My ex-brother-in-law wrote 53 books on autism. Arnold Rinkover, look it up. He's up in Toronto, Canada. All right, now, so November 11, 23rd, the CAC's request for a community input survey went live. On Wednesday, November 15th, the community meet was held at Ray Park. On Saturday, November 18th, community meet was held at Ray Park. And the next steps for the company, Finazi, will present the CAC at their February meeting to provide updates, potentially, okay? I will say this before I move on. We had a major setback recently. Major setback. One setback is the reorganization. You heard Mr. Clinton Paris tell you the impact that it did to East Tampa last month. You know, I do watch TV. And he was telling you about the reorganization, the restructuring, the reshuffling of the cards, how you're going to set up CRAs and the rules and regulations. And it's a lot to take on to the regular person, the regular citizen. However, it's necessary. We cannot, with the way things are going in the city, based on what I know going on, it's better to get all this settled out now, but it's going to take a while. However, we had another major setback besides the reorganization. We lost our manager, Mr. Jesus Nino. That was a major hit. That's a major hit at this time when we got these projects going on and we've got this momentum going on. That's a major hit. I know Ms. Erica Moody says she's going to step up to the plate, but we're going to test that because she's like at the Bucks. She's a rookie. We're going to break her in. And I'm telling you, I do break rookies in, Charlie. So we're going to break her in, but we're going to help her. We're going to give her support. We're going to be a team effort. But that's a major setback when people are asking about what programs you have, what money you have. And then they go to the website, and all you see on it is the last notes of meeting on it is June of 2023. What kind of nonsense is that? If we done lost our manager, please get that website updated with contact information. Take Jesus' name off there and put whoever on there supposed to be representing, and get all our notes of meeting on there so people can know that we stay in the sunshine. Working with the feds, I'm gonna stay in the sunshine, Charlie. I ain't got time to be out there in the dark. So I'm just telling you, that's a problem. That's right off the bat. That's a communication problem. Sort of mixing in some of my axes with the presentation, okay? Because one of the main things is, you'll hear all this, and I got some breaking news at the end, that we're doing our own marketing in West Tampa to bring national attention to it. Okay, now let's move on from the parks. There's other two parks, Fremont Linear Park, we're working into that, and then of course the Martin Luther King Park over there by Rome Yard, over there off of Rome, and where the so-called African American Art and Culture Center is going to be. So we're working with that. So those are our parks we're trying to target, but we felt that if we do it Salsinas, it would be a great marketing, because when you come off that interstate and see that brand new park, that will give people faith. Because right now people say, Doris, you got all this money, millions and millions of dollars. We haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anything. And so we believe in visualization, and that if you see it, you feel like there's hope, Charlie. People feel like they got hope. Right now, people are depressed and they don't have hope. So that's our parks. So that's a major thing. Howard Avenue. Thank God for Hillsborough County. They're finna repave it all the way from, I think it's Kennedy, all the way up to St. Joseph. I don't know why they're stopping on St. Joseph Street. All the way up to St. Joseph Street. And they're gonna put crosswalks, you know, the flashing lights. We got one at Ray Park because we had 2 children get killed. That's why that light's up there. I put it up there. 2 children got killed trying to walk across the street to Ray Park. So we put that flashing light to slow you down. They're also going to drop the from 40 miles an hour zooming down Howard. I think they're going to drop to 35. However, I don't know how they're going to say they're gonna drop to 35. When you get under the interstate and go north of Howard, it drops to 30. So how you gonna go 30 to 35? I don't think they thought that one out, Charlie. But they're gonna drop the speed because as people be zooming down Howard. But they're gonna repave it, Guido. Thank you, guys. That's the county. Because what I'm hearing is the county wants to take, because we get involved with our roads, the county is lobbying the state legislature to take the $500-some million and they want to bring it down here and fix up all the roads in the city. I think there's 26 or 20-some roads in the city. Fix them all up to A standard and tell them now, here go the ink pen. Take the deed to them and you take care of them from now on. We're giving you A roads. That's something that's going on right now. You probably even heard about that. But so I do a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff to get stuff done because you guys can't do it alone. Plus, you guys got to be in the sunshine. I can get in the dark sometimes, Charlie. Okay, moving right on. So that's our roads. That's our parks. And then we got the Tampa Moves Quick Build program on Main Street, precursor to Ultimate Design. The next project will start on Main Street the first quarter of 24 as a quick build project. This was implemented by the city's operation team. It's going to cost about $300,000 for mobility improvements to main surface from North Armenia to Delaware. They've done something like that west of Armenia, Charlie, down on the other side all the way to MacDill. You can see how they marked it off. They put the little cones, they put the little faux stops, and it just makes a better layout. It controls the parking. So that's something that we're finna do on Main Street, as well as we have a major, we're one of the few areas that were chosen to do the commercial revitalization of Main Street, like they're doing over in South Tampa, where they got one over there too. So we've got that going on. So mobility is getting involved. So people can see something. They can see the streets changing. And then there's an Ultimate Main Street design project that has about $2.4 million in the budget. See, one of the things I'm gonna complain about today is implementation. See, the problem with all these CRAs haven't been with the very first CRA. Matter of fact, I go all the way back to the CDBG days, okay? Back to the CDBG, wasn't no CRA, CDBG, Community Development Block Grant money, okay? And what happens is you can get all this money, but we don't have the staff to implement it. Now, maybe this reorganization is gonna do something about that. And this you can have all the money in the world, Madam Chair, but unless you got some people to implement it, it's just gonna sit in the bank and draw interest. I think we got 19 million sitting around and another 5 million coming about every year for the next 20-some years, 30-some years. Implementation, man, come on, spend the money. Or else I'm telling you, my boys in Tallahassee will take the money back. You stop, they're starting to look at if you don't spend your money in a CRA, this ain't no bank account. Like you said, Mr. Carson, we need to spend the money. Spend the money as quick as you can. And you can't do that unless you implement, and move forward. The process dealing with construction admin, hopefully this new man, Mr. Mobeck, gets in and get that expedited. That's a holding block. We said, well, we want to put a project out there. It takes forever. I mean, they're doing design build for a project for $1 million, which don't make no sense, but they want to design build themselves out of it because they don't have the staff. Okay, I'm an engineer. I know how this game played now. So what I'm saying is let's get some implementation. And if we don't have it in-house, then get it out-house and let's get to moving. Let's get to moving. We've even added in our budget to have consultants to move stuff forward. That's how we got this parking study done. Okay, that's how we're doing the alleys. So that's about Main Street. Now let's get down to alleys. That was one of the biggest headaches that caused y'all the problem. Man, we had people come in, we had the overlay say you must use an alley to park, you must use an alley when you build a house, and then everybody went to implement that, and Mr. Morris Massey got a headache. He started implementing that, and all of a sudden, it don't work. Why it don't work? Because nobody has ever done a real assessment of the alleys in the city of Tampa, period. Period. You couldn't bit more tell me whether the alley was open or closed. You gave me the definition, right, Mr. Massey? I got the legal definition of open, closed, and everything else. So I wanted to know, because my alley technically was open, and it wasn't. It was given to me. I'm paying taxes on it, right? I got half of the alley. I'm paying taxes on the Charlie for 20-some years, and all of a sudden they find out, oh, there was a Scribner's error, Mr. Robinson. Your alley really is open. How is it open when there's only one end to get in? The alley has to have an in and out. The Central Espanol got a brand building down there blocking on. I can't get out. It's dead ended right at my lot. It ain't closed. So there were issues of with scrivener's errors, whether it's open or closed, whether it's defined, whether it's got a surface, whether it doesn't have a surface, how wide it is, whether there's trees in it. And you're sitting here telling people to use it, and you must design your house from the street, from the rear, not from the front, to get rid of parking and all that. Well, you had a house in West Tampa, it was on St. John, and it was rejected because they didn't want to build it in the back. You know what y'all did? Y'all overruled the objection and let the people put the driveway in the front because you realized that the alleys did not have the real review that it is. So what we did, so we saw problems in the West Tampa CRA, we're engineers. We just made a motion, said we're gonna put $200,000 to do a study for the city. We know they ain't got no money, at least they claim they ain't got no money. But we said that there was remember now CRA and the city are two separate things. Keep that in your mind. We ain't the city, we are the CRA. And so we put $200,000 to do the alleys. We've had a presentation, and we'll also have for the public, they mailed out. See, we're telling people, mail this out. This lady talking about communications, that is an issue in the city. Mail this out. Get some people there. This is gonna be, and I'm announcing this, the West Tampa CRA Alleyway Action Plan Community Meeting will be Thursday, January 25th, 6 to 8 p.m. at the Martin Luther King Recreation Complex at 2200 North Oregon, 33607. Now, if you don't know where that's at, if you know where Rick's on the river, right across the street, okay? Right across the street from Rick's River. So we're gonna have that meeting for people to come and look at Kimberly Horn, who did our community development plan, talk about that. So we get the message out and we try to get people out when it's in the west side. That's something major that will help the overall city because we're developing this, looking at the standards that don't exist. We're looking at alleys. Now, the guys come in, they start doing all this talking about alleys. I says, well, how many closed? How many? Well, they didn't have it complete, Charlie. My mind think like yours when it comes to numbers. You know, horses and betting, you got a good mind with numbers. So, you know, I said, no, that don't make no sense. I want to see everything open, or everything. I want to know the total amount of alleys. I want to know the total amount of whatever. And they said, well, you got a point. I said, well, that's what people want to know. I want to hear this shortcut version. And then I asked them, I said, okay, they got through talking, everybody talking to the committee. And I asked them, I says, you got all this about these alleys. What about in the ground? Do you know that the piping system is any good? Do you know that the sewer pipe, because in West Tampa, the sewers run in the alley. If you know West Tampa, that was the layout. Hugh C. McFarland, the L.B. Benjamin, D.G. Collins, and all the boys, they was in the alley. And if you ride down Howard, you'll see right in the alley crosses to go over to Howard, or you'll see a manhole cover right in the middle of the street. So I say, you got to know what the subsurface conditions are before you start talking about using an alley. Well, we didn't know. So somebody got to assess them. If we got to spend more money, we need to know an assessment from the sewer department. And they out there now with video cameras, seeing what's collapsed, seeing what they done. You cannot use an alley as traffic for cars and all if it's falling in the ground. And there's been cases where the pipe is deteriorated. So you got to watch that. You got to watch the runoff. I got a house where the city alley is up here to the crown and all the water runs on my lot and it rolls to the foundation out on Beach Street. So alley, and they did it over in Tampa Heights. They had the same thing. Mobility saying, well, how are we going to do it to flood it? People's yards are flooded because the alley is crowned and it runs in your yard. Your yard is the storage. So we're going to solve that problem for you. We're going to at least come up from this study what is real, not this altruism of having everything from the rear, but you'll be able to not only, it should get down to where we can map it, where you can hit a button in mobility and know on that alley that you can do this and it's made out of this and it's got this and it's got that. So when you get ready to design or do a development, you'll have some kind of idea of what's allowable and what can be done or what ain't gonna be done and what's closed and open legally. That ain't never been done. That is one of the biggest problems in the city is that we don't use technology to identify and communicate information. Now, that's our alleys. These are the big ones. And then we got this pilot project going with that. Now let me close with my ask on this piece of paper because I got it this morning, actually last night. First of all, Tampa Housing Authority is going to be added hopefully to our committee. We need them quick. We need implementation. And that's a staffing issue. That's an issue of commitment and a mission of wanting to get it done. Now, I know you got all these 8, whatever it is, CRAs, But we here asking. I've been working on this all my life, Charlie. I think the mayor called me the mayor, designated mayor of West Tampa every now and then. So, I eat, breathe, and sleep, and I'm not left my neighborhood. I went to college and came back to my slum and blighted neighborhood to clean it up. And my mission is to clean it up before I disappear, Mr. Carson. That's what I want to leave, a legacy of standing up and cleaning up my slum and blighted area where people be envious of it. That'll be just like Chandlerside. Okay? Just like Chandlerside on Main Street. Website, talked about that. Let's get it updated. Every data that's sitting there outdated, no notes of meeting on it, wrong contact information, man done left the city over in Clearwater. That's bad. That just looked bad. And then we need an address. What's the address? Is it over here in Jackson Street? The CRA over there on 22nd? Where they at? I mean, the website said they're at 306 Jackson Street. I thought it was over there at the police station. I don't think East Tampa trying to find somewhere else, right? So let's find a home and get them in there. And let's get this over with, because that is confusing to people, especially developers. We have a lot of development going on in West Tampa. We have some major development that are privately being done with not one dime of the city money. We got houses coming out the ground like trees, okay? And as they move, they're not waiting. They're not waiting because you guys have said that you want housing, affordable housing. Now they're just saying we need housing. Whether a millionaire buy it or somebody ain't got no money buy it, housing is what's going on. And you'll see that we're moving up with Forbes and everybody else. Housing is an issue, and you're not going to solve the problem. I'll tell you this. If the city had never knocked down all these houses with this systematic code enforcement, I'm doing a book on, by the way, Charlie, starting next month in Black History Month. If we had knocked all these houses down, we would be rehabbed. It is cheaper to rehab a wood frame structure than it is to knock it down and come back and hook up everything to it. See, I was fighting for that. They wanted to throw me in jail. They wanted to, actually kill me at one time. That's why I became an FBI informant, to stay alive and keep my family alive. That's a fact. So I have a real passion, Mr. Carson, about what I do. So the breaking news, in closing, and I think I've said enough, right? The breaking news is this. First, I met with one of y'all longtime city council members yesterday. I hadn't talked to her. I know she said her sister passed recently. I talked to her yesterday where we used to have the coffee con leche a couple of times over on Fig and, is it Willows or something, on Fig and Rome, Willow or something like that. I'd never been in there, man. It was really impressive, I got to get down there south of Cypress. With Linda Saul Center. I've been knowing Linda Saul Center for decades when she was Linda Saul, before she was Linda Saul Center. It was Nucci Vega Smith, Charlie, Joan Gentleman, Jan Abel, and Stephanie Farrell. Those four ladies taught me historical preservation, community. The very first nonprofit 501c3 community group in this town was the West Tampa Revitalization Corporation, Inc. in 1980. Okay, all these other people come behind, Metropolitan, all of them come behind that. But we were doing that back with schemes to take shotgun houses, to have a purchase rehab, build money up and equity for people. And then here comes systematic code enforcement. Here comes Steve DeBrake and the corruption, the public corruption in housing. There always was and always will be. We stopped that. So Linda Saul says that there's going to be an article on West Tampa. She's now writing back for the Creative Loafing. So I'm making an announcement, breaking news. I like to bring breaking news, not sad news, but good news. In West Tampa, there's a lot of negative. We can talk about the shoes and all that. Matter of fact, we have cameras on every block. So come over there acting the fool. We will have you on the camera. So we got so many cameras over there. Don't come over there with that. That's why they stop coming over there with that nonsense, because we don't get you. Okay? We got them cameras on you. We don't get you. And I tell everybody, we got them. Come over there, we going to get you. You come over there and shoot up, that's crime, but we going to track you down. TPD going to get you, or the feds or somebody. Alcohol, tobacco, and fire, I'm going to be finding you. So come over there with that foolishness. Now, Linda Saul's going to do this article in West Tampa. She interviewed me, and I told her some things. So let's look forward for that. That's a way to get West Tampa marketed. It's a way to get the information out on what we're doing. And she writes pretty well. She says she had stopped, but now she's back to doing it. So that's breaking news. And one final breaking news, I'm wearing this buck pin, not because I'm sitting on the Sports Authority and all that. I like the Bucks, Charlie. I'm wearing black. See, so I'm going to mess their head up. They thinking I'm with them. I might do them in. But here's the deal. Yesterday, we had a unique opportunity in that Foster's Barbershop. I don't know if y'all know where Foster's Barbershop. Now, if you ain't been to West Tampa and you don't know where Foster's Barbershop at, you might want to get over there. That's a landmark for Mr. Nathaniel Foster. Used to be my barber before Mr. Perry was brought him. But we had a unique opportunity to put us on national TV. So when you watch the game this coming Sunday, please turn on your TV before 3 o'clock, because I don't want you to miss it. You're going to see a clip, and they're doing Tampa, and they're doing Detroit. Of course, they did us first because we know Coach Tony Dungy. He's a real good friend of mine, a real good friend of the barbershop. Get his hair shaved there Saturday. Charlie, he gets his hair shaved. His wife used to get her eyebrow arches. But Foster's Barbershop in West Tampa will be featured right before that game. And also the barbershop up in Detroit will be featured. But Tony sort of likes us, so he came here first. We spent 5 hours of shooting a film for them to do before the game and about Foster's Barbershop in West Tampa. So national TV, when everybody watching that playoff game, there's going to be a clip. I don't know how long it's going to be. The last time they did us for after the Super Bowl, I think that one was about a minute or something. I don't know how long we're going to get. But they had me in the chair getting a haircut, so that's why I got a haircut this morning. So I got a free haircut. So watch NBC. Going to put West Tampa on the map. So we're not waiting on the city to go hire some consultant like Ybor City to get the message out. So what I want to say is that's our breaking news. That's our status of where we are. And we thank you for what you're doing. We've got other things that have come to you. I don't need to get into all the details and all of that. And I will tell you this. I will leak this very gingerly. The West Tampa CRA wrote a letter in April of this year to the school district of Hillsborough County when Addison Davis was still there. The West Tampa CRA CAC, Carlos Ramirez was the chair at the time, requested that they take a look at having a brand new pre-K through 8th grade school. Don't know if they're ever going to do it. But we made that request because we saw between West River, Rome Yard, other side of Cypress Street, all the development coming in, that there's a requirement that we have a new school since they done closed over. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen. We praying and hoping that maybe it might happen. But if that happens, I'm done, man. That's the pinnacle of my career. I don't need to do nothing else in West Tampa. We got the Riverwalk coming. We've got this development coming. Hopefully Rome Yard get out. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Carson, that community benefit agreement to Rome Yard, guess who's using it and looking at it seriously? St. Petersburg Raise Hands Group, because they got to come up with a community development agreement, and our community development agreement that was negotiated, thank you, Mr. Massey, you know about it. That was a hell of a deal we got. 40% minority business, following this and that. AMI, all this housing stuff we get with the Rome Yard, we related to them guys. Long culture center, 3,700 square foot of a workforce development center. That wasn't easy. So to raise hands, they asked me to go over there. Actually, the people doing the community benefit asked me to come over as an expert in it. I'm an expert in that, to let them know how we did it, what we did, and I sent them a fully executed copy. So with that, that's my report, Ms. Henderson. If y'all got any questions, I answer, but that's what I want to say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robinson. Board Member Maniscalco. Anyone else want to speak? Clendenin.
That was the best
Miranda.
CAC chair report we've ever had. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Maniscalco.
Board Member Clendenin.
I don't know if it was the best, but it was the longest. I
don't know if it was the best, but it was the longest.
Now, Clinton Paris is longer than me.
You know, I want to say that, one, I want to understand this bromance you have between yourself and Charlie Miranda. I mean...
Well, what it is this. Me and Charlie go back a long, long way. And Charlie is truly West Tampa's finest. He is old school, no nonsense, call it the way he see it, and he keeps it real. And that's why he get reelected. I done ran against Charlie a couple of times. You go beat Charlie Miranda, man. Charlie Miranda is an icon. And when we have people in West Tampa that are icons, we work with them. And that's why.
next time you come up, we need to give notification for the USF students and the University of Tampa students to start a drinking game of every time you mention Charlie Miranda's name. So
There you go.
they'd be sleeping their hangover off by about noon, I think. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
you mentioned about implementation. I think that's, and I know you already know this, but for people that are listening, you know, Director Moody has taken leaps and bounds steps in reorganization and changing the direction of the CRAs. And I believe that, you know, and I know you're working, I know you already know this, but I think she's really putting in a infrastructure and a skeleton framework to be able to do the things that you called out today. I've got a great deal of confidence in the direction that she's taking the CRA as far as implementation. You know, we do policy and the staff does implementation, of course, but I think, you know, and she's only been here a very short period of time. You know, so in the very few months that she's been with the city and with the CRA, I think that she's really put, and change is difficult for a lot of people. But I think when you look back in probably a year and a half or two, you're going to see that these steps that she's taken in these first few months in this job will really pay dividends for all of the CRAs, including West Tampa.
Thank you.
Board Member Miranda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joe Robinson. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you, members of the CRA, for staying down there and grinding and making things happen. When you take Havana Avenue and you just from Kennedy Boulevard all the way to Columbus Drive, if you've driven that street 1,000 times, every time you go down there now, there's a building being changed. And why is that happening? It's happening because the CRA started with one and another one and another one. There's hotels being built in the corner of Howard and I think in Nassau.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at the buildings that are being remodeled in the West Tampa area, right in the heart of Main Street, both north and south of Main, it's an amazing thing. And remember the old rag company?
Mm-hmm.
Now look at that blue building there. The individual bought it, I think, to store his cars. And it's an amazing thing that's happening. Just the other day, there's another building that I saw on stilts being held up because they're remodeling it back like it was 50, 100 years ago. So all these things are happening, and one day somebody's going to come by and say, my God, what happened here? But it's happening so quickly, yet so methodically, that you don't notice it because you're driving by and you say, you're used to seeing what it was there before, and your eye says, what happened now? You catch a different glimpse of things. And it's happening all the time. So West Tampa's coming back like it used to be 100 years ago, and it's looking fantastic, and your CRA ought to be commended because it's one that really sticks to what it says and does what it has to do. So I want to thank you and your CRA members, all of you, for being who you are and being committed to making the thing start, but also to make it also finish somewhere down the line. And these are the things that we need. Thank you very much.
And Charlie, just so you know, the Savannah Bananas are coming out there to stand in the field in the first part of February, man.
Well, that's a nice
That's
name,
baseball. I know
Savannah
you love
Bananas.
baseball.
Board Member Hurtak.
Thank you. Oh, that's good to know. I love minor league baseball. So I do want to say thank you as well. I mean, it was an incredible presentation. West Tampa CRA is 100% a model for others. What you are doing is absolutely what others can look at and see what they can do. But I particularly am interested in the alley study. I think that's a great model that the city can take on and do, especially if it was that cheap. Honestly, that's great. So you all are going to give the parameters, so how we can do that for the rest of the city. And to me, that's what the CRA is made for. It's made for these types of pilots. It's made for this thinking outside the box. And so I just want to say thank you for that. That's constantly what we see in the CRA, and I appreciate it and look forward. I agree with Board Member Clendenin. I know there's some change coming, but I know Ms. Moody, you're going to train her well.
Well,
She
she
already has a lot, but I know you will steep her in the ways of West Tampa. But I expect a lot of stuff to come out of the ground in 2024 in West Tampa. So looking forward to it, and I love the fence cover idea. That's really, really brilliant.
Board Member Carlson.
Yeah, thank you for the detailed presentation, and welcome back as chair again. I have a few hopefully quick questions. You mentioned the neighborhood commercial district plan that was done a couple years ago. One was done in Palmacia and one was done at Main Street. Are you, in the one in Palmacia, the community wants to go back in and work with staff to redo it. Are you and your colleagues happy with the one in Main Street? Do you feel like it sufficiently represents?
It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress, and it's not finalized. It's a work in progress, and we put money there, but we've got to look at, see what happens is you got to look at what's actually being built. There's already $5 million with Cohats putting all that right there on the old Barbecue King and all that. So what we're trying to do is finally stabilize stuff. Like you got an item on the agenda for Bay Cannon to change to another corporation for their facade money today. You know, I track that stuff. So yes, we're satisfied with it, but it's a work in progress.
Would you mind, because that's technically not a CRA project, but would you mind just, as you get updates on it, maybe send it to all of council? So we can look at it and just stay on top of it. And if you have any comments for or against it, it would be good too. There's talk that the Rome Yard project has not moved forward. I can see the West River project is out of the ground. Does your committee have any feedback on that or anything that CRA should do to get those, to get one project moving?
Having been embedded in the whole selection process and took a beating for it, Mr. Carson, I think there's like 12 or 14 agreements got to be approved, Mr. Massey, before they can really get the breaking ground out there. You know, they've got a lot of agreements that you guys got to approve before they really move forward. And so it's like they ain't got no permit yet. They've got, I mean, Mr. Massey can explain. He can tell you better that, how many is it we got to get approved? 14, 15 or something?
Well, the basic agreements have been approved. Part of what you all approved in conjunction with the rezoning of the Rome Yard was also a development schedule. And so there are milestones that they have to meet. None of those dates we've not arrived at those dates yet. And I do know that staff is working closely with the related group to monitor their progress. So, you know, I can't comment more than that, but that's where we're at.
So
exactly. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And if you have any updates on that or things we can do, let us know.
Well, one advantage of that not being done yet, guess what? It does benefit the community. You know why? The Metropolitan get to put their tent back out there. So we had some the Metropolitan tent. So we're gonna West Tampa. We're gonna make it take advantage of stuff. If that lot's still vacant, Metropolitan put that tent out there. They're gonna serve the public. But go ahead on.
So you mentioned the West Bank Riverwalk. That project now, by my rough estimates, including interest, is going to be about $100 million, just going from University of Tampa to Blake. And one of the justifications that people give, not official justifications, but one of the unofficial justifications is that it will promote development. But in that small stretch, there isn't much room for development. And one of the big places that people speculate, and this is just complete speculation, not any kind of official thing that I've heard, is that the speculation is that a developer wants to buy Blake and move it. You know the controversy of when it moved before. It was 30 years ago or whatever. It was like $35 million to build the great school that's there. 45. I mean, I can't imagine that the community would be okay moving that, or that a developer would have the money to do it. And without something like that happening, it's hard to justify the $100 million for the Riverwalk. Do you have any insights into how the community would feel about that, or if that's real, or is it just a rumor?
That's more rumor than real. The reality is this: Blake ain't going nowhere. I tell you what school probably go for Blake. That'd be Jefferson. So don't get me started now. I'm messing with both of y'all this morning. Y'all want to talk that? Y'all want to play that game? I throw it back at you. Jefferson to go before Blake. Jefferson to go before Blake because one reason is Jefferson's land would be cheaper to buy than Blake would because it's on the river. It's on the point. No, that's not. That's been rumor. There's been people talking about that, but having been a signature to the letter that go to Mrs. Chow of the U.S. Department of Transportation on behalf of the grant we got for $24 million. I'll tell you this, we want that walk on our side. The city plan, it took the city about 10 years to buy the right-of-way from Cash Street all the way up to Ricks on the River. And the city still, Ricks on the River, upset because there's a 50-foot sliver on the north side of Ricks that the city owns. And I just talked to him the other day, son, they wanted to buy it, and he says, the city says, no, we're going to need it to have access to the development at Rome Yard. Yeah. We're going to need it to have access to the development that's going to be going over there. And I will tell you this, the development area that is being considered, but this is the school district, is that we would like, now that we got a women's soccer team, coming over there with Blake's getting, expanded. And we're telling them that if they do that, I'm telling Darryl Shaw person to his face, I meet with him just about every Sunday. Hey, look, man, when you get done widening that out, we want a 6-lane track around it. Minimum, like Hillsborough got. And I'm a track and field, but we want to boot that track that's sitting over there on the river, ain't nobody using it, okay, and put it where it belongs around the football field. Why? So the school district, this is the trend nationwide. If you check California, you check some other cities, the trend with school buildings that are closing and property that ain't being utilized to help solve the housing problem, the workforce housing, okay? And I'm pushing this district to move that way because we can be, in the latest of what's going on. I do a lot of research on workforce housing, believe it or not. It's own 40 houses around here, right, Charlie? And so the thing is that if you move that track from the river, sitting out there, nobody using, you're not going to use it in a school clothes, you could develop that track area, which the city's got to walk right there, because they got to, 16 feet from the river's edge up. And even as part of that, there's going to be some living shore development going on, like they've got up there. They did for the living shore. You know what living shore is, right?
If I could I, before the chair cuts me off?
Yeah.
And we'll have to talk over coffee.
Yeah.
And
So no, it's a good thing, and we're not knocking it. We want it, and we think that it's necessary to have a connectivity.
And just so you know, I've said this publicly, but just to repeat, I'm in favor of extending the Riverwalk, just not now with the interest rates the way they are and the priorities in the city. I think there are other things that we need to spend the money on. If it was still the cost it was a few years ago, where the federal government was paying 2/3 of it, I'd be okay. But at this level, I think we can't tell people that we're not going to fix their potholes, so we can build that right now. Back to the money issue, I agree with you that we need to spend the money in these CRA districts. The state legislature, as you know and said, is looking at several things to go through and target the CRA districts. I don't agree with CRA districts in general. I think we'd be better off focusing the money on these same communities without the restrictions of a CRA. When we get to downtown, which is coming up in April, if we don't put a cap on downtown, it's going to send a clear signal to the legislature that they're going to have to force us to do it. The community is demanding that. Not West Tampa, not East Tampa, but areas where we don't have slum and blight anymore. They're demanding that we move the money, because if the alternative is raising taxes, the community doesn't want it. But if you see that we're not spending money wisely or effectively in West Tampa or any of the others, please let us know. And that gets to the issue of staff. It took us a while to find the right staff. That 5 years ago, the CRA was structured differently. It took us 4 years, unfortunately, to negotiate with the administration to get to where we are now, but the administration brought in Nicole and Elise. They brought in Erica, and Erica is I think exactly what we want. And as I've said in the past, the CRA focused on the R, which is redevelopment and buildings, and now we're focused on community. And before Morris says something, we're going to follow the law and what we can and can't spend money on. But the difference in hiring somebody like Erica is we're looking at the connectivity of the community, not just the physical infrastructure. And I know you all have been doing that in West Tampa, but we need to look at it in all of them. And one of the reasons why it took so long to hire Erica is that one of the requirements that HR had was that she had to have a credential with background in CRA. And my argument is that we needed somebody who knew about community building, not CRAs, and now she's adding that credential on her own. And so as we're looking for other staff, I think we need to be more open-minded about hiring smart people who are capable, have a work ethic, who are focused on community, focused on action and results, and really focus on the outcome instead of the output. Doing one facade is not going to do anything, but if we have a strategy for an entire street, that will accomplish something. And then more importantly, we need to know how the people interact with it. And so I hope that we as a board can work with HR to get you the right people and a new team, because I think Erica, with the support of Nicole and Lise and Javier and others, is doing a great job. Last thing is, You mentioned marketing a logo. I know she's working to fix that issue as well. You know, with my day job, I do a lot of pro bono work, and if there's anything I can do.
You gonna give us a free pro bono logo in West
I will
Tampa? Is that what I just heard?
I will absolutely.
You on tape now?
I will absolutely give you a free pro bono logo. But if the CRA can't move fast enough, or if they don't have the money,
Yes.
I'm happy to pay for it.
Wow.
I'm doing that in other areas just because I believe in community building, and if I can help with the marketing approach, and you all actually do a great job. I mean, the water tower there, I don't know whose idea that was, but it's just brilliant the way it brands West Tampa. Yeah, and so anyway, just let us know how we can help, because we do need to better communicate the great work that you all are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carson.
Wow.
Madam
Mr.
Chair?
Robinson, I was so excited when I saw your name on the agenda because of Jesus' promotion, presenting for West Tampa. Your passion is so evident. So Tampa Catholic and University of Iowa, stand up for Joe Robinson. You are a Caitlin Clark three-pointer today. You did your homework, and I appreciate it. One of the things that I want to say is going back to even the conversation when we were talking about the budget, then you mentioned the word implementation. And you're mentioning that today. I agree with you. That is a very important component that we need to take into consideration, because we have to move projects forward. It just takes too long sometimes, and people get impatient. And so implementation is the key. Also marketing. For all the CRAs, we know about Special Ybor City Historic District and marketing, but you are the voice piece that stands up in West Tampa, and what you all are doing deserves that same level of high-level marketing, because West Tampa is a very special place. Even going back to when Fortune Taylor made it possible for that bridge to be built to create that community and bring it over into downtown. So that is another thing that I just wanted to say. And there was something else, but I can't read my own notes. No, that was a streetcar comment by Mr. Citro. But anyway, thank you so much for your presentation today, and we will move forward with the meeting.
Thank you very much.
All right. Ms. Moody. I think we're gonna make it before lunch, y'all. Yeah, we gonna do it. Okay. There you go. Good morning, Ms. Moody.
Good morning, CRA Board. Erica Moody, CRA Director. And what an amazing dialogue. That's what community building looks like, is opening up a conversation for us to see what's going on the ground level, and then how we can connect it to our decision makers here. So that's exactly what community building looks like, and just want to thank you, Mr. Robinson, for being a champion of West Tampa, and also for extending a hand. We've been working really closely together, and the next West Tampa CAC meeting is on Tuesday, January 23rd, and I will be there to help represent some of the business. And we did talk about some staffing changes, and when we move into the director's report, I'll talk about how we're actually stabilizing the agency, so these types of transitions make it much easier. But right now, we will be moving into item 16. We've pulled from required approvals, and we will appoint East Tampa CAC members. We're really excited for this, and we have 13 applicants. So we have 13 applicants, 9 open positions. 5 of them are ex officio nominations from the neighborhood associations. I want to thank you, Mr. McCray, for going in person to these neighborhood associations, working really closely with them, and helping implement these policy changes over time. So we have 5 ex officio neighborhood associations, and then we have 4 seats for at-large. So we'll have the vote kind of split in 2 separate. One will be the ex officio nominations that we'll talk about, and then we will actually pass out ballots and vote for the at-large applicants. Our clerk will record the votes and then announce, who our newest members will be, and we look forward to welcoming them in February. I do have a memo that I would like to distribute to the board. There is a memo that is on base right now, and it has the applicants listed by neighborhood boundary. I did receive some feedback that was a little confusing, so I just made a slight revision to the memo, and I separated it. Instead of neighborhood boundary, it's now separated in ex officio and at large, just to make it clear. Same exact information, just presented a little differently. So if I may just give this to our attorney and repass it out to the group. There might be a few extra copies. And as we pass those out, we will open up the ex officio vote and
What?
consideration. Yes, sir.
Wait a second. Board Member Clendenin and Board Member Hurtak have a question.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay,
No, I'm sorry.
Clendenin?
Are we gonna do, if somebody doesn't get 50%, are we gonna do a runoff or how's that gonna work?
Quickly, the ex officio seat, a couple things. Under your rules, any candidate that's here for either an ex officio or a large seat, they have up to 3 minutes to make a presentation before the vote is taken. The ex officio seats, those groups nominate one person. And so it's up to you to either confirm or not confirm that person.
Okay.
So that's really how the ex officio election would work. The at-large, we have 4 at-large seats, 8 people that are eligible for the at-large positions. So there's a ballot for those 8, those 4 seats. And so you'll have the 8 names, you'll have to write your name on the ballot and select 4 out of the 8.
Correct.
And then the clerk will tabulate that and announce the vote. So that's how the election process would
Well,
work.
will the vote, does it require 50% plus 1, or is it just the majority?
I mean, that's a good question. I think we typically have needed a majority vote from the CRA board for that. So we may have to have multiple ballots in order to do that. So,
Very good.
Thank you.
Great, so I believe we'll actually open it up to any public comments that the applicants would like to speak on their applications. Would
Can
now be
we-
the time?
Board Member Carlson.
Should we just separate the public comment also in the ex officio and then vote on that, and can we vote on ex officio all at once?
Yeah.
And then we'll do separately public comment on the others.
That's fine.
Just so we can keep them
Sounds great.
separate.
That's fine.
Okay, so in that case, if you are an ex officio nomination and would like to speak, please come up and do so. Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Fox.
We have 13.
Noes.
Right now, we're voting on 5 ex officios.
So the ex officio nominations, just to be clear on the record, Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association, the nominee is Fran Tate, if she's here. Legacy Fair Oaks Community Association, Toinette Gaines. Rainbow Heights, the nominee is Frankie Jones. Southeast Seminole Heights, Carlos de la Asa. And VM Ybor, Kimberly Headland.
Yeah.
Those are the ex officio nominees.
That were appointed, the one person from their
Right.
community, right?
So that would be the first stage of this.
Good morning again, board members. My name is Carlos De La Osa. I'm a homeowner in the Southeast Seminole Heights neighborhood. I'm here to speak on my application to serve on the East Tampa Community Advisory Committee, representing the Southeast Seminole Heights Civic Association. Before I get into my background and credentials, I just want to express my gratitude to both Erica and Cedric. Over the past several months, they have demonstrated a commitment to communicate regarding ongoing development efforts. So I definitely want to say thank you to both of you. A little bit about myself. I've lived in Tampa for 8 years. I've resided in the Southeast Seminole Heights neighborhood for the past 3 years when I closed on my home in March of 2021. I think we can all say that over the past 8 years, we've seen significant growth in Tampa Bay. This growth presents many opportunities for us to work with our neighbors and elected officials so that everyone can benefit from these changes. I believe that it's important to serve and do your civic duty, and that's why I've submitted my application. Currently, I'm a member of the Southeast Seminole Heights Civic Association and serve on its Land Use Committee. Professionally, I've worked in the real estate development, national home building industries for the past 16 years. I have multiple national and international designations and credentials, along with my LEED accreditation from the United States Green Building Council. I believe that my professional experience will lend itself to the betterment of the committee, and most importantly, the community. In conclusion, thank you for your time this morning. I appreciate your consideration. Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Carlson.
Could I just make a motion to accept the nominations for the,
Hold on. For all of them, or?
for the 5
Exactly.
ex officio?
Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Board Member Carlson to accept all the ex officio nominations, seconded by Board Member Miranda. Any discussion on any candidate? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries for the ex officio applicants. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the East Tampa Community Advisory Committee. right? Hello.
Yep, these will be the
Good morning. Ms.
Good
Fox
morning.
Knowles. How are you?
Just fine, thank you. Good morning, board members, and Happy New Year. Shirley Fox Knowles, City Clerk. I'm here to introduce the applicants vying to serve on the East Tampa Community Advisory Committee. I will introduce each of them. Dominique Cobb.
Thank you.
Ebony DeCosta.
Good morning, thank you, everyone.
Did you want to present?
Oh, I can let you. Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Won't take up too much of your time. I'm Ebony DeCosta. I'm actually a Tampa native and a CRA Community Advisory Committee applicant. I just want to take my time to say that I appreciate your time and your consideration, and I'm eager to voice my opinion and service my community.
Thank you. Next is Craig Fox.
Good morning, CRA Board. It's a pleasure to be here today. Definitely thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward to being able to serve my community in different capacities. You may recognize me from last week. I was here working on behalf of the DOT. And in this capacity, one of the great benefits of public service that I've experienced working for DOT is that you get to see a lot of different neighborhoods from all over our great state. And one of the things that I've gained is just an appreciation for really the execution of public funds to serve the benefit of the community. So definitely looking forward to being able to serve my community in this aspect. And yeah, we'll answer any questions you guys have. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person is Eileen Henderson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think most of you know me with the Cemetery Society, the owner and founder. But what most of you don't know is I'm also a member of Friends of Historic Belmont Heights Memorial Park Cemetery, the Historic Belmont Heights Neighborhood Association, and the West Central Region Advisory Council that meets at Lee Davis. This is an important thing for me because it's going to make sure that we take care of East Tampa. I'm a fifth generation here in Tampa. So while I may not live in East Tampa, and I think it's important that you know that in terms of transparency, I do have a vested interest. Part of that interest came when I helped to save Memorial Park Cemetery, which council graciously voted unanimously to purchase it. So I really would like for you to consider me for this position. I think that I do have my ear to the ground when it comes to the community. And it's just something I'd really like to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zelinda Khan. She's here. The next person is Eva McAllister. Next is Jill Truman. Next is Diane Ziegler.
Hello today, and nice to see everyone. My name is Diane Ziegler. I live in East Tampa. I've been exploring and living in East Tampa for about 5 years now. And what I really love about East Tampa is the quirky nature of it. I feel that it's part country, it's part big city. The people are so generous, and part of that has really helped me to want to give more back to my community. A neighbor came by, came and said, I always see you working at the pond, and you ought to get involved in the CAC. And from there, that led to the neighborhood walks with Pete Seckler. That led to the SAP, And from then I was hooked. I started going to all the ECAC meetings, the partnership meetings, the subcommittee meetings as well. And I feel that I'm qualified to serve on the committee. I have a lot of background. My professional experience is 30 years working in both IT and software engineering. I worked in Boston for the largest outpatient healthcare center. I also worked in New York for a manufacturing corporation that created robots. And here's my thought. Without going into my background of my technical experience, my common theme through my jobs was to listen to my colleagues, try to understand what their problems were, and come up with solutions that would fit that situation. And I think in spite of my professional background, I also have a lot of travel experience. I have a lot of life experience, and I think that gives me a bigger worldview, and I would like to bring that worldview to East Tampa and help to see it blossom. So thank you today. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the applicants. Board members, I believe you have ballots and you will vote for 4.
No, I think it was them. I would see this one is a different order, so I thought it was like, it's the same. Okay, we will keep moving on. Here you go. Director's report may continue. Who do we hand these to?
Great. Calling out to IT, if they have the director's update presentation, now would be the time to display it.
Secret ballots, nothing. Oh, they do? They're not secret. Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna fold them anyway.
All these ballots are public records and have to be
Correct.
maintained by the clerk's office, and the clerk will have to
Thank you,
announce
Cedric.
who you voted for and after she
Understood.
tallies the votes.
Okay, you ready? Okay, Mr. Clinton is still working on his.
Great. Just getting organized. Fantastic.
Go ahead.
All right, CRA Board, are we ready for the director's update? I'll try to keep it short and sweet. Awesome. Okay.
Yes, yeah, while we're sort of waiting, I do want to say that I love this process, but maybe when folks come up to tell a little bit about their professional backgrounds and would also be very helpful.
Yeah, we can create like a standard template of the key points that should be discussed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And were the bios of each of the applicants included, or just their application?
Just their application, but it's not very
very
clear.
detailed about what their background is?
Yeah, it's not very clear because they don't ask those specific questions. I mean, they just ask why you want to be on the board. But it was just in my head because Mr. Robinson had spoken about the qualifications that could help. And that was just kind of interesting. So
Yeah,
I think,
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for that feedback. And we put it in the policy, but we can definitely develop a template for it as well. I like
Yeah,
that. Thank
and I
you.
think we may need to, we can talk about this offline, but we need to refine the applications a little bit. So, yeah.
Happy to do so. Great. Erica Moody, CRA Director for the record, here to provide a director's update. I do have a presentation that looks back at the last 6 months. You know, during the holidays is time of reflection and looking back, and we're always, you know, pedal to the metal, pushing forward. But as we look back, we have realized that we've hit a lot of milestones and benchmarks that we set out to do. So just wanted to review some of those quickly and let you know the direction that we're heading in as we look forward into the next 6 months as well. All right. So looking back, I joined as the new CRA director. My first day was May 30th, the last day of May, and quickly jumped into the CRA board retreat, which was in the first or second week of June. So great learning experience where I got to know the priorities of you as the new board. We had some new board members join us, and just a great time to focus in and have some discussion on key priorities that you would like to see come forward. So the board retreat was in June, and then we also, the subsequent week, we had a budget affordable housing workshop with each CAC to see how we could spend the 30% allocation. So really working through the housing strategy, and the CAC feedback has been delivered to and incorporated in the overall housing roadmap, and we are a partner in the collaboration that will be coming forward for the special workshop on February 29th. So really have been focusing on, we set aside the 30%, but now how are we going to implement it and creating a strategy to do so. So we look forward to continuing to collaborate on that and roll that out to you next month. We updated our mission, vision, and objectives for the CRA, and this happened in about August of 2023. Just want to give it the credit that it's due, because this helped us align and create a focus to where we can benchmark projects, ideas, and things that come our way and make sure that they're in line with the board's priorities. So we have those 5 objectives that we now are holding ourselves accountable to, and all of it is working its way to key performance indicators. We are also doing a CAC policy and CRA bylaws reform. Those revisions happened in September, and we've been working really closely with YCDC and the East Tampa partnership to see what this transition looks like and support them for their ongoing sustainability. And then we've been just knee-deep in a grant audit. As I mentioned, we had 18 different grants across 8 different districts, which essentially was 8 organizations operating independently. So part of that has been streamlining processes, procedures, and also looking where we have like duplication in work, and we can just combine them into one grant deliverable, and we are making great progress. We're finalizing the grant audit and assessment now, and we plan to come to the CACs in February of next month to get their feedback, present these recommendations, and make sure that it's incorporated as we bring it to the board on March 21st. So just want to build that up and get everyone excited for that. March will be a great board meeting. And then just really trying to build collaboration and impact. The way that you build trust with the community is by being there. So I have been just dedicated to attending community events, community workshops, the CAC meetings, meeting with people individually, and just getting to know the community's needs, priorities, passions, and then how we can align it with the CRA, as well as keeping the CRA really focused on implementing the redevelopment plan. I realized when we hold a city meeting, a CAC meeting, a CRA meeting, we get asked a lot of city questions. So making sure that those questions are placed in the right department and we stay focused and align on the work that the CRA is missioned to do. So just wanted to highlight some of the accomplishments that we've had over the last 6 months, and just wanted to thank you all for your decisions and support and carrying this forward. And as Board Member Clendenin said, it's, all of these transitions are really setting the foundation for long-term sustainability and success, so these communities can thrive through the CRA and also without the CRA. So that's really the goal. And then looking ahead, we did talk about relocation planning. Mr. Robinson brought that up in his report, and he is correct. That's one of our biggest pain points, is having our staff separated into 3 different locations and also trying to streamline communications and effectiveness at the same time. So we have looked at several buildings. Yes?
Okay, sure, okay, certain, thanks. Go ahead.
No worries at all. So yes, we need to move all of our staff under one roof so we can work effectively together. And part of that is we've been on the search for the last 4 months for a building. We wanted it to be big enough to fit our staff. We wanted it to be centrally located in a CRA district and really be amongst the community. So we're looking for that, but rent has been so incredibly high, and this is a priority right now. So we are looking at right now, one of our locations is the Tampa Municipal Office, and we occupy the 2nd floor. So that's our main address, is the 306 East Kennedy, or East Jackson Street. And the second wing of the second floor of the municipal building has opened up because purchasing moved to the Hannah City Center. So we have just wide open space just sitting there, and facilities has offered to allow us to move in there until we can find a permanent space in the community, which could potentially be a CRA, community development project. So I would like to work towards that long-term goal, but right now getting everyone under the same roof is our #1 priority. So we're looking to do that soon, and we're working the office design layouts, ordering the furniture, and we expect everyone to be moved late April or May. So that's a big update there, which also includes going through all of our files, archiving, cleaning up these offices that we've occupied for several years, which is a task as well. Capacity building, we've been hiring, we've been training, we've been assisting staff with their professional development and growth. We talked about CRA managers and if they do move on to another opportunity. And the structure that we are establishing now helps the continuum of operations because we have a fully operating project team, fully operating grants team, fully operating housing team, and fully operating administration team. So with that, if someone decides to take on another opportunity, we have these departments that can just pick up the work and carry it on. So I will be stepping in to help cover some of the needs for West Tampa and Drew Park as we look for that talented CRA manager to come and take it over. But the projects are still running without skipping a beat. The grants are being administered without skipping a beat, and I will just continue to serve as that community liaison until we find a new facilitator to do so. So thank you for your patience and grace because we are covering a lot of ground and making these changes as we continue regular business. So it is quite the feat, and we are working day, night, 12-hour days, and just want to thank our team. We have our CRA managers here, but definitely want to thank our project manager, Melissa Martinez, our grant manager, Dee Reed, and our administrative team, Mia Dorton and Luce Combs. They have just been super rock stars in making sure that we can keep going. And then Happy New Year. So we're really looking forward to this year and want to channel that energy of just inspiration and momentum with what we've created and really community build. So we're really excited that we have the CACs fully formed now under the new ex officios and at-larges and really just looking to build up this momentum. So we will be hosting a CAC 101 training, which is very comprehensive. I saw the slides, and it's looking like there'll be 2 different opportunities and really learning, like, what is the CRA, what do we do, and why do we do it, and really channeling that why to drive us forward every day. So that's just my brief update, and I do have 2 additional housekeeping items to discuss before moving on to the next item, if I could just do so quickly. One of them is I just wanted to bring your awareness in the City Council agenda on January 25th. You will see a memo from me directing our fiscal analyst to reallocate the interest earned from our budget back into the budget. So we just have interest that is accumulated, and we would like to reallocate it back into the line items in the budgets so we can spend the money. So just wanted to let you know that you'll be seeing that as council on January 25th, as directed by me. And then also, I will pass out the CAC calendars. We have our 2024 CAC calendar, and I would like each board member to have them. They're public meetings. They're open to the entire community. We do have the advisory board that conducts the business, but the items and agenda and meetings are open to the community. And if the board would like to engage in that, just give me a heads up before you do so.
And we do have a specific policy about CRA board members attending CAC meetings. The issue is that if there's more than one of you there, then we potentially have sunshine issues, and so we try to limit it to one and try to make sure we don't have multiple people show up at the same meeting. So
correct. Great. And the meetings are virtual as well if you wanted to tune in virtually too.
Okay. Board Member Hurtak and then Board Member Carlson. Okay. All right, they said you wanted to speak. You ready? Okay. Clerk Fox Knowles. I meant to say Celebration Bowl champion Fox Knowles. But anyway, some people know what I'm talking about.
Shirley Fox Knowles, City Clerk. Board members, I have the vote, and I will say the 4 people elected are Ebony DeCosta, Craig Fox, Eileen Henderson, and Diane Ziegler. As far as the vote is concerned, Dominique received 1 vote from Clendenin. Ebony received 6 votes from Carson, Clendenin, Maniscalco, Vieira, Miranda, and Henderson. Craig Fox received 7 votes from all of the board members. Eileen Henderson received 6 votes from Carson, Hurtak, Maniscalco, Vieira, Miranda, and Henderson. Eva McAllister received 1 vote from Hurtak. And Diane Ziegler received 7 votes from all of the board members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Carlson, or Hurtak was first? Board Member Hurtak.
Thank you. I want to thank you for this update. First of all, really excited to hear that we are going to be able to talk about housing from the CRA perspective and the city's perspective on the 29th. That is absolutely phenomenal news. I'm really glad to hear that. I also would love the CRA and your ability to transmit that information to the public, especially the CRA districts, to let them know that we will be discussing that on a time that is not a CRA agenda. So using whatever methods you have to get that out to the public, I would really appreciate. And I really wanted to let my other board members know I spent 4.5, 5 hours with Director Moody on Friday at the University Area CDC, where she has worked prior. And it's amazing. If you haven't been out there to see the work they're doing in terms of all the stuff that we want to do in the CRA, it's housing, it's community building, it's even food distribution and a community garden. It's truly everything we've been talking about.
And arts.
And the arts, yeah. I mean, absolutely everything. Yeah. But one of the great things I got that Ms. Moody said that she wants to develop for this CRA is basically just a little roadmap update with all these numbers of all the different things that the CDC does, and I believe this is quarterly, but it's housing, it's programs, it's the people they're touching, it's the investment, it's numbers, it's property, and I mean, I hate to, busy the university area CDC, but I really believe that if you have the interest, that every single one of you should go on that tour, or maybe even finding a way to get the CACs out there, because first of all, they're gonna. It's in the county right now, but it's actually they're expanding down into the city. So we are going to get a chance. So because they're coming into the city, y'all should just take a look and see what they've been able to do. And I was blown away. I'm still haven't even absorbed it all. But they're really doing the work, and they're doing it really affordably. The amount of money they're spending and the partnerships they're creating are really. We should really be looking at it as a model. And Ms. Moody had talked about it over and over again with me, and she finally got me out there, and I'm just so impressed with it. So I highly recommend everyone make that time and give it 4 hours. But I mean, it took that long just to go through everything, and it was really, really impressive talking. I mean, we even got to tour an affordable housing development. It was just pretty much everything we're trying to do as a CRA, and I just want to say thank you. And again, thank you to both Ms. Travis and Mr. Drumgo for finding you and bringing you in. I mean, it truly is a perfect match.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Board Member Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I think Sarah Combs now, Dr. Sarah Combs is one of the brilliant, creative, dedicated leaders we have in our community, even though it's just outside our border right now. And when we were interviewing Ms. Moody, just knowing that she had Sarah's blessing and that she had worked on all of that made me know right away that she knew about community building. What you just showed on this sheet is not the edifice complex that the city and CRA have been running on before. Instead of counting buildings, it's about counting community. And like there's I don't know if he's still there, but there was a gentleman that would stand in front of that community center, and he would,
Yes.
was he there?
I met him. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and
Yes, Ross is still there, the unofficial mayor.
He requested, I want to say a dozen times, that we're not allowed to take any more people from the university area CDC. He made it very clear.
But I mean, what that shows is, what he does is he stands out there, and if he sees teenager kids acting up, he goes and scolds them. I think he's a former coach or current coach.
Yes.
And it shows that it's all about community building. I mean, finding people like that, getting them to volunteer, the pride of that, the depths that they went to understand the specific language from the part of Mexico that people are from, and to understand the culture, to work with folks. And you're bringing that same expertise here, which I appreciate. And hopefully we will continue to look at the community. I think, going back to your report on the first 6 months, it's phenomenal. I think it's what you've done in 6 months is one of the most important things this city's done in 20 years. We just in this small bucket of money and resources, we're reorienting economic development, for real economic development, community development, away from the edifice complex. And I think it's going to take a while longer for us to implement things and start to see the results. But I think in 3 or 4 years, we're going to see phenomenal results from the things that we're all doing with your leadership, and also the support of great staff in the Economic Development Department at the city. So thank you for all that. You listen to us and you move forward on it, and you're acting and getting results. And I have confidence that you're going to bring in a more really dynamic people like you, because you know the importance of Sarah having somebody like you under her leadership. You have to find the best people, and you have to trust them to implement. Second, you talked about the space. You and I talked about this before. I think it's a great solution because you're across the hall from us. I do want to work on the longer term thing of building a corner building in a neighborhood commercial district, and you and I have spent a lot of time talking about it. We've met with community partners. We need to do that, but that's maybe a couple years off. In the meantime, having everybody adjacent to you, and I think also Nicole and Elise are still going to be there, is a great way to create synergies. There is some pushback from the community about not having people embedded in the community, and I think the reorganization that Nicole started and you're implementing is the right one. We need to make sure that we touch the people in the community, and that the folks that are project managers in different communities are there and accessible, so that people know that they're there. Now, I met with Vince Pardo the other day, and he talked about how the old YCDC used to be kind of the town hall, and everybody would just kind of stop in. Nowadays, with technology, and most people are probably talking on the phone anyway, and so it doesn't matter as much exactly where you are, but you need people that are walking the streets and see what happens. Next is interest. I made a motion 2-3 years ago, which I think was unanimously supported, to not allow that interest to accumulate anymore and to sweep it every year. I'm surprised that didn't happen. I would like to make a motion to have the CFO or someone report back to us at the next CRA meeting as to whether that motion was followed and why or why not. So I'd like to make a motion to have the CFO and the director to come back at the next CRA meeting to report on whether the motion to sweep the interest annually was followed, and why or why not.
Okay, there's a motion to have the CFO come speak at the next board meeting, second by Board Member Hurtek. Any discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The reason it's important is because there was millions of dollars accumulated in that account, and we were blindsided about it during COVID that so much money was there. Next is, I want Ms. Moody to hear this.
Okay.
We can talk about that issue next month, but the other thing is, if you look in your tagline, and I didn't create it, somebody else did it and did a great job, but strengthening communities really is, to me, it's not just a tagline, it is absolutely the mantra for what we need to do, and it's a totally different way of looking at things. If we build a nice shiny building, that'll be one thing. I spent some time in Sulphur Springs yesterday, the day before, and the people there don't want 20-story shiny towers, which was what they would get if they had a new CRA. What they want is investments in their parks and sidewalks and roads and infrastructure, just like everybody else in every other neighborhood. We have money in downtown CRA and other places that we can move to those things. And so we need to focus on community building, not incentivizing and subsidizing developers that are going to gentrify. And so I think everywhere we go, our mantra needs to be strengthening communities. And it's not just a marketing thing. It really is about how do we build communities, and what's the difference between communities and redevelopment? What's the difference between communities and subsidizing real estate? By law, we're only allowed to invest in certain things, but we have to understand what the connectivity is to communities. When we interview CAC candidates, I think the main question we need to ask is, what have you done in this district to build community? What's your experience of building community in this district? And we need to see how they respond to that, because it should be, we need people who understand this connectivity and not just people who are looking to get subsidies for developers. And when you're looking to hire people, to me, it doesn't matter if they have that credential, because you're getting it anyway. We can pay for them to get that, and they can go through the training. What we need is people who understand how to build community. And so I would have the same question for CAC members and the same question for potential new hires. And the last thing, which is a little thing, can you pull up the slide real fast?
Sure, if T and I can bring back that
Just
presentation.
real fast, you'll see in a second. I've written a lot of graphics manuals, and you don't put graphics behind a logo, and you'll see why in a second.
T and I, if you could just bring up the director's report again.
They're working on it.
You can't read the logo, so you don't. We should probably design a background for PowerPoints that's different, that allows the logo to stand out. The other way is you can build a wide box, but that won't look good. So it just, if you look at it again, you'll see you can't read it.
Okay.
There was a lot of work staff put into developing the logo, and we need to make sure it stands out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Vieira.
Thank you very much. And it's funny that Councilwoman Hurtak brought up the UACDC. I was talking or communicating with former County Commissioner and Senator Victor Christ, who I'm sure obviously you know Ms. Moody.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, I remember, gosh, like maybe 25 years ago when he started in the UACDC, and seeing him there as a younger man and a state senator. I always say if he was Orson Welles, that would be his Citizen Kane. You know what I mean? Exactly. And that's a really great example of what public service can bring when you want to invest in people and whatnot. So again, UACDC I remember when Ms. Combs came here, Dr. Combs came here maybe a couple of years ago and presented on the UACDC, and it just blew people away. The things that they're doing there. So yeah, and it really gets to the work of why I support CRAs. I always have. I think I come from the viewpoint that if you don't force people to do something, they're not going to do it a lot of times, and especially whenever it comes to poor people. That if you don't force a city government or a local government to invest in poor people and in blighted areas, they're not going to do it. I remember reading a long time ago, I think it was, oh Lord, what was his name? George Reedy, I think, was the press secretary for President Lyndon Johnson, and said, why are you doing the war on poverty? You know, poor people don't vote, et cetera. And he goes, well, I'm going to do this because by the time I'm done, I don't care if I pass a single bill, get a single dollar, I'm going to make it so that people can't avoid the political and moral issue that is poverty in their midst. And CRAs, if used correctly, and there's obviously a lot of discussion on Channel Side, downtown CRA, but I'm talking about places like, you know, West Tampa, Ybor City, this other CRAs that we have, I think serve a good purpose, because we do need to compel investment in these blighted areas, and that's what they're for. And I hope that Tallahassee continues to support them. I know that there's always discussions on CRAs and everything like that. But again, I hope that Tallahassee continues to support them, because they bring in, if done properly, the free market, government activism, united into really investing in a robust way in blighted areas. And I have always supported that since I first ran for office in 2016. But again, I'm glad the shout out was made for the UACDC. That is one of the great, I mean, just a remarkable institution in our community. And when I learned that you came out of there, to quote Jerry Maguire, you had me at hello. So there you go. So thank you very much.
Wow. Anyone else? Okay.
Real quickly before we move on to the next item, the clerk has asked if we could get a motion just confirming the election of the four
Okay.
at-large
So
members.
moved. Okay, so moved by Hurtak first and then seconded by Vieira. All those in favor of the approval of the, the approval, what we're doing is we're approving the nominations, the four at large.
And they're Ebony DaCosta, Craig Fox, Aileen Henderson, and Diane Ziegler.
Correct. Thank you, Attorney Massey. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries for the people we actually elected.
If I could invite Mr. Deputy Administrator Drumgo just to speak on the financial piece that we previously discussed.
And good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Elise Drumgo, Deputy Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. Director Moody, kind of brought forth to you that you have an item coming up on January 25th for the interest, that reallocation. Well, Board Member, you made the motion that, for the CFO to come back, and for the sake of time, I don't know that you need him here, because the only way we're able to make that move is because of the previous motion that was made, right? The fiscal decisions come before this board. Typically, you all would hear the reallocation of the rollover dollars. They've spent some time trying to true up the budget, which is why the process has taken so long, but that should be coming back before you. But the reallocation of the interest is something that is happening without movement before this board. So I just want to make sure it's clear that, we're following the protocols and the approvals that you've set forth in the past, but that reallocation does need to come back.
Yeah, to my knowledge, to Mr. Drumgo's point, since you all made the motion, this has been done every year since. It's kind of the cleanup at the end of the 60 days after you're in, when they reconcile the accounts.
Yeah.
So this is a housekeeping item.
It is.
So,
Understood.
so.
Thank you.
And that concludes the CRA Director's Report. Just want to thank you for all your comments. It helps me keep going, also along with the support of my family, because it is a lot of work and a lot of challenges, and working towards the solutions. And I'm excited to visit our CRA districts and bring that same pride and joy and show you what we've done. Mr. Robinson said, sometimes you just have to believe it, see it to believe it, and that starts to bring hope to a community. So thank you so much for your support, and I'm here doing the work alongside the residents as well. We are going to move into the next item, which is the CRA manager's report. Just to save time, you heard from Mr. Robinson a comprehensive update of West Tampa, and I will just quickly touch on Drew Park when the slides come up, and I'll invite our managers to come and present. If IT could bring up the manager's report, we'll quickly go through that and keep the agenda moving.
Thank you.
Can we get it on our screen too, please?
Here we go. Thank you. It's up.
Okay, good morning, Courtney Orr, interim Urban Core CRA manager. I'm going to be covering the 4 CACs I'm overseeing currently: Central Park, Channel District, Downtown, and Tampa Heights. I'll start with Central Park. We've been actively doing, the community redevelopment plan is underway, so we've been actively working with the US team that is supporting us doing Central Park as well as Tampa Heights CRP update. They've attended all of our CAC meetings. They've been very hands-on with our CAC, so that's been terrific, listening to their concerns and feedback for incorporation into the CRP. And they've done stakeholder interviews, so have reached out to city staff for interviews one-on-one with individuals that would be important to the CRP update. And we are hosting a community visioning workshop that's coming up February the 15th, so that's important. We're getting marketing material out to make sure that we drive as many residents there as possible for input as well. So that is February the 15th at Encore's The Reed, and that is from 5:30 to 6:30 that evening. For the wayfinding signage study, I won't get into the details too much here because you're going to get a comprehensive update from API, who is the consultant that's been working on the wayfinding study for the 4 districts that I named earlier. So API will be here, and they have visited each of the CACs to get the input from each CAC group. Perry Harvey Park, I just know it's an important piece of Central Park, so I just wanted to update that the Arts and Culture Department is working very closely with the company that can repair the life tiles that were damaged. And they have sent shards of those color life tiles to, those life tiles to the Massachusetts company who is doing color matching, and then we'll be doing the repairs in March, no later than April. So they feel very hopeful about that. So just wanted to reassure everyone that eyes are on that and that it will get repaired. Gasworks, you heard a presentation from Gasworks in December, approved their public realm infrastructure funding request, so I won't give too much information on that particular project. In Channel District, we have been working with Dix Height, who is the consultant that was selected to do the updates to Washington Street Park. And we have done one community outreach session actually at the park that had a really good turnout. And we have a second one coming up that will be held at the Port Tampa Boardroom at 6 p.m. on February 22nd. And that'll be more of a presentation style. So we'll promptly begin that particular meeting at 6 o'clock so Dix Height can give a presentation of everything that they have done to date and where we're going with the redevelopment of Washington Street Park. Beneficial Bridge Study, we've met with Mobility to get that underway, and it's a split between Central Park and, downtown and Channel District of the funding for a Beneficial Bridge Study of connecting the Riverwalk, so the connectivity there by Beneficial Bridge Study, or Beneficial Bridge, the study to do have better connectivity at that location. So that is moving forward. 810 Channelside Drive, the intent there is for an urban park. So the acquisition has happened. The city has acquired that particular parcel, and we are working with Parks Department in a partnership to move forward with looking at that potential urban park, the design, the amenities that would go there. As far as the CRP amendment, you heard that last month. It is going to the Planning Commission on February the 12th. So we have it on their agenda February the 12th to give a review of the amendments that this body approved. And if no issue and it's approved on February 12th, it'll come back before you again and then as City Council for final approval. In downtown, we also there are working on a community redevelopment plan update. Kittleson is the consultant for downtown, and we are well engaged with them. We have regular meetings with Kittleson. Kittleson has conducted an outreach for the community, and they've been tracking all of the data that they've been collecting. They will conclude the final 2 one-on-one briefings with this body between now and March before they come before you to give a full presentation of where the status is to date, and that'll be March 21. So Kittleson will be here before you then, and we'll be wrapping up the CRP update by late spring, summer, early summer timeframe. Tampa Union Station rehabilitation, that is underway. They're working toward the 90% design completion, and we've invited a team that would include historic preservation, the arts department, facilities, So we'll be here next month, and even the Friends of the Union Station, I had a discussion with them the other day. So we'll have a comprehensive update about everything that's happening at Union Station and that rehabilitation project. And that'll be February the 8th. Herman Massey Park renovations, that's moving forward. A funding reallocation will come before you next month, just to make sure that that's moving ahead. So we do have construction plans approved from Herman Massey Park, and that's ready to go. Tampa Theater rehabilitation, we will have a presentation, another comprehensive presentation by them May 9th. So I won't get into too many details, but it is moving forward. Melissa Martinez, our project manager, is on the call weekly with them to hear any concerns, issues, anywhere where we could step in. Facilities as well is on that call for a weekly update. Straz renovations, they were here last month, so I won't go into too many details on that. They gave you a full update on where that project stands, so we're just awaiting final execution of the second funding agreement. Execution of the second funding agreement, it is in their shop. I'm waiting on them to sign it and then process it on our end. And then we have set up quarterly updates with them. That begins on January 26th, so we'll have a quarterly update in January, again in April, and again in July. So we'll be working very closely with them on just the status of meeting the conditions precedent for the grant agreement, as well as establishing the community benefits agreement. And Gasworks, I'm going to, as you know, you received an update and approved their funding request last month. Tampa Heights, I spoke to this when I talked about Central Park. That is also being updated, and the community outreach session for it is February the 13th, and that is going to be from 6 to 7 p.m. on February the 13th at where the CAC meetings are held every month, which is the law firm conference room at 1801 North Highland Avenue. And then we are engaging Robin. We know arts is important to Tampa Heights, so we have engaged Robin Nye with the arts department to make sure that that is weaved into the CRP update. So we're having discussions with Robin and the group of what they feel is significant from an arts standpoint, activity, placemaking, art components. So that is being weaved into that particular CRP update for sure. And then lastly, just, with that community outreach that we do and listening to their concerns, the CAC was very interested in having speed tables installed at Doyle and Carlton. So that is moving forward. So we're having some speed tables working with, again, mobility. That speed tables should be installed very soon to help with the flow of traffic and slow it down at that location.
All right, questions? Board Member Hurtak, Board Member Carlson. I just want to say, you've only been in this position for a couple of months, I think, and you've done a phenomenal job of learning it all. I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
And I'm not surprised because you've done a great job where you were before, but this is why I like to see that we are using the talent we have and finding new spaces, and it's obvious that this is a good match for you, so congratulations. How in the world do we get speed tables? I thought those weren't allowed in the city anymore.
Well, I spoke with Mr. Hardy yesterday, and I don't know if I should say it on camera. He said that it's not that difficult if we have any recommendations of where additional speed tables are needed, that they would welcome those recommendations.
Okay, well, I mean, I was going to say, wow, that's very exciting news. I know we have multiple ways to deal with traffic, but I just want to say thanks for that. Here comes Mr. Drumgo. But no,
I don't know if I'm going to take the list of the required speed tables or the requested speed tables, but
no.
But Cal was very welcoming and taking recommendations of where those would be needed.
Okay, well,
I think someone's from Mobility is
yes,
here.
He's here. Oh,
we have another traffic calming technique.
Yeah.
that was my point.
Sorry, but yeah, this is
morning.
exciting news for the whole city.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Brandon Campbell with the Mobility Department. We are happy to engage in additional discussion on speed tables. I don't know that we've necessarily pivoted in any significant way from our previous policy, but we could definitely brief any individual of you on what your desires are there and how we might be able to address them.
I would love one of those meetings.
And let me interrupt real quick. From my days having previously represented mobility, and this may have changed because this is way back in the day in the early 2000s, but there were some legal issues with speed tables.
Yeah.
And so I think we have pivoted to other traffic calming measures to
like
try to
four-way
stay away
stops.
from that. So I think anything we do relative to that does need to be reviewed with legal. So anyway, thank you.
And so I would like for the mobility department to create some very clear language on when they would be used and when they wouldn't be used, because we're going to get inundated.
We do.
Sure.
We're already inundated, but if you could provide that to us as something that we could then provide to the communities so they know when it is and isn't appropriate due to legal ramifications would be great. So thank you
We'll
for
do
that.
Thank you.
Board Member Carlson, and then Clendenin.
Yeah, the speed table thing, I get asked every day to put them in neighborhoods, and so I would be really careful. Maybe ask the mobility department to clarify in a city council meeting, but if we start to open that box, then it's gonna be open for everybody, and we're gonna have requests everywhere. And I think the main concern before, just for the public to know, is that I think the fire department, ambulances, first responders were concerned about timeliness of getting to places, but also if you have somebody who's possibly going to pass away and you're trying to get to a hospital, then it's not good to have them bumping up and down too. Ms. Moody, she mentioned arts. Didn't we set aside a budget for an arts person for CRA?
I am so glad that you asked that. We actually have the position available online right now until January 22nd. It's the Arts and Cultural Coordinator, and they will be taking on only CRA projects because we have a lot of them, art projects within the district. So we do have that position in our budget, and it is currently being advertised, which we're really excited about because we can just provide that additional support.
I do think they'll be working though with Robin Nye, correct?
Oh, yes, yes. They'll be working directly with and for the arts
Yeah, my colleagues know
department and
I was
CRA.
not happy with the lack of transparency the last time that department came before us. And so I would prefer that we try to do our own thing. We have to work with mobility, obviously, but I don't want to work in a way that's not transparent to the public. The public has a right to see documents and see them in advance. And so if we do partner with them, I want to make sure the CRA is following the public records law and transparency and notice in working with folks. And we also need to have designs that are sensitive to the public and the needs of and interests of the public. I think public art is a really important thing, and that brings up the roundabouts. Yes. There are a couple ones right there in Tampa Heights. Yes. There are 2 or 3 in East Tampa, and in both places people want public art in the middle of them. If the CRA is going to fund it, I think the CRA needs to drive it. Not the city. And so the CRA can move faster, we're more nimble, and I think we're more responsive to the public, and we're definitely going to follow the law in providing public records. So I think that we'll hear from the CACs, but I've been hearing from individual CAC members in both places that we need to focus on public art in those roundabouts. In East Tampa, remember, people didn't like the roundabouts. There also needs to be some education on that the roundabouts are designed to drive over part of it if you have a big truck. On the downtown one, the biggest issue that I see that we're facing in downtown is traffic jams. And I've spent a lot of time talking to mobility about this. And I'm going to talk to Vic later today about it. There needs to be more communication between mobility and the city council on what's happening with this. It is causing a traffic crunch in South Tampa. On nights when there's even one event, there's traffic jams back to Rome or Howard Avenue, and also down Platt Street because of the preference that mobility and the design is giving to pedestrians over cars. And I'm someone who believes in providing accessibility for pedestrians, but the way it's designed is so against cars that cars can't move. We have gridlock. And now we have major investments going on downtown. The Water Street people say people can't get to our hotels, they can't get to our apartments, they can't get to our amenities because of the traffic jam. The people in South Tampa are mad because they can't get in. Harbor Island's mad because they can't get to and from across the bridges. And so if the city can't readily solve those, or if the city has a philosophy to disregard cars and not enable car traffic to move, we're going to have to, in the absence of mass transit, if we had mass transit, we could preference cars. But in the meantime, we've got to at least allow cars to move. And so if they can't, I suggest that we have a traffic study funded by the CRA. We've got money in the downtown CRA. We need to fix this problem. I started making motions on this 4 years ago, and it's still not fixed. In fact, it's worse now than it's ever been. And we've got to do something about it. When there's more than one event, if there's an event at the Marriott, the JW, Amalie Arena, and at further on Water Street, nobody can move anywhere. And the way they shut down the roads is still bad because people can't move around. People are confused. They drive the wrong way on one-way streets. We've got to solve that. This seems like a small point, but when we mention Gasworks, I would really insist that we say Gasworks CDD or Community Development District, because yes, we're talking about the project, but I want to make it clear that we are investing in a CDD, not subsidizing a developer. The CDD is investing in infrastructure, and there's a big difference. The way some of these were done in the past were not as transparent as this is going to be. It's a new way of funding infrastructure related to development, so the public has insight and transparency into it. And the developers have worked really well with us on it. The last thing, the beneficial bridge. Keep in mind, whenever we touch, there are only two ways in and out of Harbor Island. Harbor Island folks are very sensitive to how those bridges are managed. We need to make sure we do whatever we're doing in consultation with them. There's an agreement that we have where they pay for upgraded landscaping and other things, and we need to make sure that we don't just arbitrarily go in and rip that out. But also, if we're talking about the Riverwalk, that depends on what happens in the future. We cannot do anything that puts Starship at risk or the cruise terminal there, and that's why there's another proposal in how to handle the Riverwalk. There's some new technology that may help us figure out other solutions for that in the future, but right now we need to make sure we don't do anything that puts at risk the maritime industry, because it's a huge economic engine for our community, and it's important for strategic reasons that we have access to the maritime community, and we have to resist the developers that just want to arbitrarily take out the maritime industry and redevelop it. Thank you.
I agree with the conversation. I'm not for or against anything, but when you look at the Riverwalk and the ships, certainly I don't want to lose the ships, and certainly I want to build the Riverwalk also. So the question is, how many days of the year are the ships coming in, and how many days of the year are leaving out? The Riverwalk can be designed to be closed when the ships are in. And I mean, I think there could be a marriage there between the shipping industry and the Riverwalk, and everybody could be happy. But to make a conversation, we don't have all the facts. We can talk about the ships. Nobody wants to lose them. I understand that. We also can talk about the Riverwalk. Somebody wants to expand it. All of us want to have a scenery to make it look fantastic and beautiful like it should be. However, we don't have all the information, so maybe somehow we can get the information and ask maybe people from the authority and the people from the Riverwalk and the people from the aquarium to come in and say, how many days are the ships coming in, when they come in, when they leave? And the berthing there for ships, I don't think you can have another 4 or 5 new ships come in. If not, you won't be able to get in or out. Let's face it. So whatever we have is certainly standardized, it's certainly doing well, and I want to maintain it that way. But on the other hand, I want to see if the possibility is to extend the Riverwalk at the same time, because those ships come in and out, and mostly they leave on certain days and come back on a certain day, so those schedules are in concrete, unless it's a storm somewhere. So that's what I think we need from information. We can make a conversation about it, see if we can come to some type of a conclusion, for or against or a hybrid.
Anyone else? Board Member Colson, I want to ask you a question about you said it was a lack of transparency. Are you talking about the process where the committee picked a particular art project that we discussed a couple of months ago? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the committee picked the project, but then the staff refused to show it to us. They refused to give us the renderings in advance, and they even refused to show it the night that we were discussing it, or the time we were discussing it. They refused to show they had the slides up and refused to show it to the public because they thought the public shouldn't have input on it and the city council didn't have the right to weigh in on it. And there was one in particular, I don't want to talk about the details of it unless you want to, but there's one in particular that had the potential to be controversial. And I think they should have done that because now they're going to spend how much money on something that could end up being controversial after it's built.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. I just want to know. Okay. All right, so let's keep moving on.
We can discuss all of that more. Erica Moody, CRA Director. I will just be speaking quickly on Drew Park. We are engaging in a mobility, connectivity, and safety improvement study to really see how we can connect mobility, safety projects, and quick build options. So we're working closely with the mobility department and city planning to do so, and looking forward to bringing back the project sheets for the bid ready documents. So that's Drew Park. And then West Tampa, we got a comprehensive update already. I will be passing out the final report for the West Tampa parking study. It was on the required approvals last month. You approved the report, but we have some hard copies here that have been developed, and they're very impressive. So I'll be passing that out now, and then inviting our East Tampa manager, Mr. Cedric McCrae, to come and speak on East Tampa.
Good morning, Cedric McCrae, East Tampa CRA manager. First, before I get into the grants update for East Tampa, I'd like to say thank you to Attorney Paris, who provided a comprehensive report on East Tampa last month. It was very well done and appreciated. And I also would like to take a moment to welcome all the new and returning East Tampa CAC members, and looking forward to working with each and every one of them. Our next meeting will be February 6th at 9 a.m. and the location has changed for a extended period of time. In a number of years, the meetings have been held at Reagan Park on the first Tuesday of the month, and that location will change to the new City Center on Hannah Avenue, and I will be sending out information to all of those new appointees prior to the meeting. So with that being said, just some of the numbers here that as it relates to the grants update, Attorney Paris did mention in his report, the down payment assistance, the land assemblage for FY23 are major components, as well as the emergency roofing grant that you all approved in 2022, and we are in the process of continue to do roofs in East Tampa for residents that have applied. A couple other things I would like to highlight from the last quarter. We are in the process, and we've completed the scoring process for the updated community redevelopment plan, and we'll have more to come in the coming months as it relates to that. One of the major things that was completed was the approval of the overlay here by the City Council, with you all wearing that hat, as well as the Planning Commission, and that had been ongoing for a number of years, and wanted to thank Ms. Kim Hedlund and members of the East Tampa CAC that saw fit to move forward in that direction. We had the Open Cafe that received a grant and had their grand opening and ribbon cutting on October 8th, and some of the council members or CRA board members were there present, and as well as the Wellness Hub, and that was an establishment that had been in existence for a number of years and had a long history, and has been converted into a pharmacy and wellness clinic. So we definitely want to lift that up, and that ribbon cutting took place on October 16th, and we appreciate the members of the CRA board that were able to attend. And I believe Director Moody touched on alluded to some of the neighborhood meetings and the partnership meetings, YCDC and the East Tampa Partnership. We also attended the partnership meeting on December 12th to answer any questions as it relates to some of the transition, and we know that there have been some concerns from residents in East Tampa, and that came out last month during the CRA board presentation, but we have been in communication with them and are moving forward with those transitions. I also would like to highlight an invite that we just received earlier this week as it relates to the Skills Center and their ribbon cutting on March 11th, and that's going to be at 10 a.m. And I'm pretty sure that many of you are familiar with that project and has been ongoing, and will be cutting a ribbon in March. But with that being said, that concludes my report this morning, and feel free to ask any questions you may have moving forward.
Board Member Carlson.
Yeah, just a short narrative and then a recommendation. When I started on this in City Council and CRA Board 4.5 years ago, almost 5 years ago, the community came forward and said, why is there so much money stockpiled in here? Why aren't you all spending it? And I don't know why I assumed that somebody was trying to subsidize a developer or something like that. So then we started pushing to spend it, and in the right way, listening to the CAC and the community. But then over the next 2 or 3 years, we heard a lot of complaints from CAC members in the community that staff was not working well with them, and that erupted into a big kind of town hall meeting here a year and a half ago. And Elise and Ms. Travis stepped in with you and others and talked to folks and tried to fix that. That resulted in bringing in Ms. Moody, and but also it eventually led, there was, as you know all this, but I'm just saying this from the public point of view, it also led to a lot of concern about the East Tampa Partnership and how the election was going, and the city's role in that or not role in it. And then Chair made a motion a few months ago to separate the CACs from the partnership and also the YCDC, which I totally agree with, and we should have done that a few years ago. So thank you to her for proposing that. That then caused a lot of confusion too, with my community hat on. I stepped in to help YCDC. I know you all have been helping partnership, but with all that confusion and the board shift and everything, there was also a lot of concern, which we heard played out in these meetings. Now, today, we voted to put to fill all the empty seats on the CAC, and the separation happened several months ago. So what I'm hoping is that when the community members come and say, you all haven't done anything for East Tampa, we have done a lot, but we can do a lot more now that we have a full CAC. We'll have a quorum. We have all the new leadership in place to run it correctly. And what I'm hoping is that today can be the restart point for the East Tampa CRA. And one thing I'd recommend, I won't make a motion, maybe Chair would like to make this motion, but I think we ought to have like a town hall meeting, and it could be an hour or two of one of these meetings, but we ought to have a town hall meeting where we invite all the CAC members in and invite the community in to kind of celebrate that we're past that point and listen to what they want to do in the future, so that we can hit a full community reset and move forward. But I just want everybody to know that we have been working really hard over the last 4 years. It takes a lot longer than anybody wants in government to do things. But now we finally have all the right pieces in place to move and get things done. And the community needs to know that, and they need to know that we're listening to them, and the CAC and the board want their participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Carlson. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. McCray.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Brenda Thrower. I'm the interim Ybor Development Manager. And real quick, push this way. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm here to give you the Ybor report, and I have a few slides here. Really just one slide with a lot of information on it. First of all, the first bullet is really about last month. You heard the Gas Works proposal. You approved it, and the community is very excited about this. We look forward to these public realm improvements that are going to take place over many years, and it'll be very transformative, especially as you're coming up from Channel Side into Ybor City, that whole roundabout area, all that's going to be changed. So a lot of excitement there, and if you're in the district, you can see phase 1 of Gasworks already going up, so that's exciting. Second, we put in a new all-way stop at, the city did actually, in the Ybor CRA2 area. This was a project that came about as a request that came up from a CAC meeting. And so we don't do those signs, but the mobility does, and we got it shepherded over to their department, and they put in this four-way stop. And I bring this up because there's a lot of activity and development going along 4th Avenue, and this particular intersection was at Angel Oliva and 4th Avenue, where there's a brand new dog park. So not only were the residents requesting it, our dogs were requesting it as well, because people are crossing that intersection quite a bit. So we're doing, we work with that. We always hear community requests during CAC meetings, so we make sure that we listen and we get them shepherded to the right department, and it's working. Very exciting project. You all know I love bricks. 7th Avenue is going to get rebricked, and I have an update for this for y'all since I actually put the slide together. Working very closely with mobility, it looks like we can start this project possibly this spring. We have existing contractor that's on board. We have already a line item in the budget, and the costs have come in under that line item. So we can move forward with phase 1. And phase 1 is 15th to 17th, which I call the middle of 7th Avenue there. So that's where we will begin. And I'll give you more updates as we get closer to a commencement date for that. But we want to get through parade season and festival season, because obviously we need 7th Avenue for those events. But also, we also are looking at making sure that this project is as least disruptive as it can be. So working with the community, maybe doing some signage to help people, to come down to see the project being done. I'd love it to be more of an attraction and not a deterrent. I don't want people not to come to Ybor City just because we're doing a big project on 7th Avenue. So it's very exciting, and we are using authentic brick. So that's going to be moving forward. In December, actually October, December, there were 2 public hearings that were held. About the parking enforcement efforts. Our role in that was really to get the information out to the community. We had very strong attendance, probably a little bit more at October than December, but the community knew about it. There was no backlash of not knowing, and they did participate in that process that is really being led by Land Development Department and Zoning, and I think there's a report coming back to y'all. Next, we have the biennial Ybor Worker and Resident Survey. This was completed by HCP, and the results are in, and we're going to be sharing it with the CAC next Tuesday. And then after next month, we'll, of course, share it with y'all as well. This is a study we do every 2 years. It started back in 2016, and so this is our 4th iteration of it. And why do we do it? Well, it gives us a survey that we can touch workers and residents and find out their feedback, everything from public safety to cleanliness to also what do you think would be, what projects would they support? So things like the archway lights and things that have bubbled up as budget priorities have come actually out of some of the results of these studies and what we hear from the community. So it's just another way of gaining information. So that's going on, and I'll have a report for you next month, or you'll get the survey next month. And then the Ybor CAC and YCDC are now independent. Yes, they have parted, but I am serving as a liaison to the YCDC. They're holding meetings separately, but they're working really hard on kind of redefining what their organization is going to be in the community and also strategizing their future. So I've been working closely with the chair and the leadership. I have to thank Councilman Carlson for helping them as well. I think they really appreciate that, the assistance on just their logos and things like that you've been working on. And then last, I'll just leave that to Mr. Massey, Attorney Massey, because he has some information. I think it's item 6 on your agenda about the usage of the Ybor logo, the crest. Mm-hmm. That concludes my report. Are there any questions?
Board Member Hurte. Thank you. This is an incredibly detailed report. I absolutely want to touch on the bricking project. And, I mean, I'm excited that we're starting it, but we have learned recently from two other major projects, underground projects, the Southeast Seminole Heights Stormwater Project and then the Florabraska Project, that we need to tell folks ahead of time. We need to have an incredible plan for communication between the businesses and the contractor. So I would love to make sure that that is in place before any part of the street is touched. Working, I don't know if this project is going through Mr. Mutterback's office, but if it's not, working with him on some of the contractors and some of the new rules that he's trying to get put in place, the procedures about how we work with different contractors, but 100% do all we can.
Absolutely.
And I know that you have the pulse on that community, but I think this could be a good, very public project that could show our renewed effort and really find the strategies that work. And from the Southeast Seminole Heights project, the strategies that work best were actually face-to-face conversation. So I would highly recommend that as often as possible to your contractors and the businesses that are going to be affected by this. And with the CAC and with the neighborhood association as best they can. So I look forward to hearing more updates on how we're going to update the public.
Absolutely.
And you talked about signage already. That's wonderful. As many signs as possible. So I would really love to hear an update on that before it gets started. I know we have a ways to go before that starts. But again, just because of some past projects, really, really focusing on this one as one that the public's going to be engaged with quite a bit would be, I think, a really good way to start off on some new footing.
Absolutely. And we will definitely do a thorough communication plan and get back to you.
Board Member Carlson.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to second what she was saying. We know that already folks in Ybor are concerned about how it's going to affect with everything that's been going on there, how anything could destabilize the economy. So we need to make sure that we don't have another King Street situation. And it's not just, part of it is communication, part of it is the staging of how it's done to be the least cumbersome on the community. Ybor has business during the day, and it has business at night, business during the week, and business on the weekend. We need to figure out how to have, depending on exactly where they're going, how to have the least impact and the timing of how things are done. So I'm sure you and Mobility will work on that, and everybody there. Interesting thing, I was in Savannah at the end of the holidays, and they re-bricked their main thoroughfare, and on the side where cars park, they put bricks underneath where the cars would park there. And I don't know what our plan is for this, but now those bricks where people are parking are falling apart because they used road-worthy bricks in the middle of the road, but they didn't they put cheaper bricks where the cars are parked. So I just want to make sure, I know Mobility knows better than to do that, but considering that a city like Savannah did it, we need to make sure that if we're bricking the space where people are parking, that we use bricks that we're not going to have to replace. The last thing, just since you mentioned on YCDC, 4 years ago I moved my day job business to Ybor, and we've been investing heavily in Ybor, and we have given a huge amount of time and money to Ybor projects, and one of them is YCDC. And so we've pro bono given them tools, and we're investing dollars in helping them get it going. So I just want everybody to know from in terms of the two hats that we wear with our day jobs and other jobs, in this case, I'm actually giving things away. We're not getting paid for anything, and we won't get paid for anything. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. In regards to the first phase of the bricking from 15th to 17th Street, so I'm picturing it's going to be a fairly small section, but there's a lot of businesses there. But the benefit of Ybor is, like, I never park on 7th. I park in the parking garage off of 7th and 15th, or rarely the Noriega garage, or like the other night, I took the streetcar from here to Ybor City. So we need the communication because there's a lot of businesses there. It's a very concentrated area, but there's so many other opportunities of access points. So, you know, I hope it doesn't become like a Seminole Heights, you know, that is one mess, and then the King State situation and stuff. So luckily we have other mobility options while this is disrupted. And it won't be all of 7th Avenue from like 15th to 22nd kind of thing. Phased in is more helpful. So
Absolutely.
do you have a starting time? You said it's parade season, so that doesn't end until the Pride Parade, I think?
Well, right. We would look at maybe April would be the earliest. I think we could start on something like this. But
and
again,
how are they going to reconfigure the street? Because 7th Avenue originally didn't have, from what I see in the photos, you know how the cars have to pull in and parallel park because it's not just straight road, you know, like Florida Ave, well, whatever, but a road is just curb. There's, you know, the curb cuts and the cars come in. Are we going to widen Ybor City and allow for more street parking once we re-brick it, or is it going to stay the same configuration? For example,
It's
like the
same.
Pacheco quotes that are there, do they stay? And, you know, the
Correct.
sidewalk is here, the car pulls in kind of thing?
Right. Right now, they're working with the framework of 7th Avenue.
Okay,
And
fair-
they're going to
fair
put the
enough.
bricks in the street. So that's where the project is going to be focused at. So, but absolutely. I mean, we're going to, you know, this is not the first streetscape project I've done in Ybor. But matter of fact, we did all of 7th Avenue in 2000. And we've done a lot of projects. So we knew back then you have to do block by block. You have to be able to work with all the businesses and, you know, make sure. So, but yes, it's working within this existing framework. It's real bricks. And it really is, it's almost like a box, you know, that you're working within, and they're just putting the bricks in there. So, and from what I hear from Mobility, this contractor is very, very, doing a great job and works very well with the community. So,
I'm very happy to hear this. Yeah, I had breakfast with a group of people at the Tropicana in 2015, and I said, I'd love to see Ybor City re-bricked. And, you know, the crowd was excited, the group was excited. And of course, there's also the difference, because people say, well, you have brick buildings, why don't you just use that brick? Well, the bricks that you use for construction are different from road blocks. And having visited, I always get them confused. You know, is it Winter Park that bought all of our bricks? Is it Winter Park?
Winter Park.
What a difference. And I'm looking at those bricks because you see Kincaid, you see bricks from Georgia, what is it? Augusta block. I'm wondering to myself how many of these bricks were originally within Tampa's residential roads or Ybor City, but it changes the aesthetic in such a way that Ybor City is beautiful. We see that 7th Avenue facade, but the brick street, I know people go, it's a road is a road. It changes it completely, and I think it's so important. I think it's a worthy investment, and we have the money there in the Ybor City CRA. So I'm glad to see this happening. Thank you.
Board Member Miranda.
Just thinking with the council member, I mean, the board is discussing about bricks. Is there going to be a weight limit on what you can drive through there?
ooh, that's a mobility question. I don't believe so.
I just want to ask.
I don't know the weight limit on the bricks, but
150 years ago, when I was a kid, there used to be bricks all through Ybor City, but also there was no heavy equipment to speak of. The cars were real light. The streetcar was in the middle. So there's a lot of difference between then and now and the weight limit that those bricks can take. So I think before you go any further, you ought to find out what those bricks can take as far as pound per square inch and what the deal is, because I don't want to lay down I wanted to lay down the brick street, but I don't want the brick street to be damaged immediately afterwards.
correct. Okay, I will check with mobility on that. But we do have 8th Avenue that's bricked in other areas, so there's.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
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 Good morning, heading into the afternoon board. Erica Moody, CRA Director. We have 3 items remaining on the agenda. I do have a guest for our next item. We'll be speaking on veteran housing. And then the following item will be the Army-Navy lot discussion, and then we have a discussion with Attorney Massey on the Ybor logo. So we have 3 more items to get through, and we will present the veteran item now. So we have a motion to report on the funds that are being spent to assist, particularly with veterans and affordable housing, and that CRA staff meet with Colonel DJ Rays and veteran housing advocates. So we've been doing this over the last few months and really just learning the world of veterans, support, as well as permanent housing. And as we have been meeting with different advocates, we've been learning about the on-site wraparound services that are needed and what the continuum of care means of when they have a veteran that is in need of housing placement, but all of the support that is needed in order to make sure that they get placed in a great home and then also stay in that home. So we have been really connecting to the stakeholders, and part of the CRA strategy for housing is land assemblage. So we've been aggressively looking for lots and properties and parcels to acquire so then we can create these master plans and develop communities. So the land assemblage is part of that strategy there. And I would like to invite our guest. He's the Chief Executive Officer of St. Vincent de Paul Cares. His name is Michael Raposa, and he will be speaking about some real-time data that's coming out. There's a veteran committee that just published their year-end results, and he can speak to some of the projects that he's seen successful around veteran housing, as well as some of the data that's coming out as far as the need, the age, the AMIs that they're seeing, so then we can make data-driven decisions from that. So I will invite our guest to come and speak on that expert level. Thank you, Mr. Raposa.
Thank you. So good morning still. As she mentioned, my name is Michael Raposa, and I'm the CEO with St. Vincent de Paul Cares. I just want to start off by saying y'all conjured up some incredible memories for me this morning, because I started my public service career working for Vince Pardo at Hillsborough County Government under the Community Action and Planning Agency, and I worked on the first Weed and Seed grant with Victor Christ in the formation of YCDC. And it's funny how you get on with life and you forget stuff, and then I'm sitting here this morning and I got kind of choked up. So Vince, if you're watching, I'm still alive. You probably didn't think I'd make it this long, but I was a crazy kid back then, and he was a huge mentor to me. So thank you for that, first and foremost. So St. Vincent de Paul Cares has been involved in the veteran world for about 25 years. I haven't been working there quite that long, but we've been here in Hillsborough working for a little over 10 years in this space. And I'm actually not only here today speaking to you on behalf of SVDP, but I chair the Veteran Leadership Committee under the Continuum of Care over at the Tampa Hillsborough Homeless Initiative. And we work very closely with the Veterans Administration staff out of James Haley. So Hillsborough County obviously is directly connected to James Haley. The veterans that we serve participate in James Haley. And we are the largest of the VA homeless service contractors in the United States. We have close to $40 million this year of VA money. We work across 19 counties, 11 continuum of cares. In addition to the Tampa Bay metro area, we also provide these services in the Orlando metro area. So I kind of come to you with the ability to not only take a look at what's happening here in the Tampa Hillsborough market, but what's happening along the west coast of Florida, all the way from Citrus Sumter or Lake County to the north, Collier to the south. And we go completely inland, including the rural areas of DeSoto and in the Tri-County area in around Orlando. Our organization is one of the most successful in the United States, and I'm really proud of that. Now, I personally have nothing to do with that. I'm the mouthpiece. I say I'm the smart. I show up and talk a lot, but my staff really do the work. We have moved 4,466 households into housing since the beginning of the pandemic, and we started to track the data at the beginning of the pandemic primarily because most social services agencies stopped working for those 3 years, 2.5 years. Including a lot of the staff within the VA Medical Center started to work from home, and my team did not. Of the 4,400 that we did, over 722 were here in Hillsborough County, and we're a machine. I mean, they're moving in 6, 8, 10 per week out of the system into permanent housing. We currently have about 375 households open to us. That means that we're actively working with them. I think 2/3 of them are placed in housing and about 1/3 of them are looking for housing. I want to talk for a second about what this system looks like, both theoretically and then a reality check for what we're seeing here in the Tampa area. And I'm really, really passionate about this, so if I kind of get fired up, just kind of nudge me in this. I spend a lot of time in downtown Tampa. I'm down here 2 or 3 nights a week at meetings, and I wish that I could tell you that there's no homeless, and I wish I could tell you that the number over the last years is going down. It's not, and there are a lot of them. So what normally happens is a person experiencing homeless, and I'll stick to the veteran world right now, out on the street. Their first interface most of the time is with some form of outreach through Tampa Police Department, sometimes through Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, sometimes through Brigade, and some of the other entities that are providing that outreach service. And that engagement, the effort of that engagement has shifted in the last 10 years. That engagement today is trying to tie them to a housing intervention and to get them off the street. So that is the critical focus that we're doing, and trying to tie them to a shelter placement, because I will tell you that the outcomes of working with a homeless veteran in shelter are exponentially greater than trying to work with someone still at large and still living out on the street. And during this time between this outreach and this shelter, there is an accurate assessment that is done. We can actually measure the depth or the acuity of a person experiencing homelessness and rate that on a common scale, which kind of guides us on the back end of it about what the best path is. And the way to think about that is when you go to the ER. When you go to the emergency room, and not that I wish this on anybody, but God forbid you go to the emergency room, not everybody that goes in gets ICU, not everybody that goes in gets surgery. Sometimes not even everybody goes in gets to go to the back and see the doctor. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the healthcare system measures acuity, and the homeless care system also measures acuity. And the object of the game is housing. And the only solution for homelessness in the community is housing. And what we try to do, based on that assessment, the veteran is either placed in independent housing or is placed in housing that has services attached to it. And many of you would know that as HUD-VASH. HUD-VASH tends to be that voucher that has both the case management services and the ability to kind of sort of pay for the housing. When we talk about veterans, I also think it's important that you all understand that there's a difference between a qualified vet and a non-qualified vet. And the VA and the federal government are very, very specific about who we can serve under most of these contracts. So I think it should be a felony in our community to be able to stand on a street corner and hold up a sign that said, "I'm a vet," if you're not a vet. And I get incensed when I see people do that, because I will tell you that the majority of the people that you're seeing on street corners trying to raise money with that sign are lying. They're just using that as an opportunity to collect funds. And the VA looks at 2 things when it determines the pathway. One of them has to do with their discharge status. And in order to qualify for VA services, they cannot have been dishonorably discharged. And there are also criteria on the level of service, like Florida National Guard, if they've never been deployed, are not going to qualify for services. Although they considered themselves vets, and they did serve our nation, and they did serve our state. The other thing to remember, too, is that the services that are currently being provided are targeting extremely low income. And just this year, VA lifted that threshold from 50% AMI to 80% AMI, which has opened the door to more who are qualifying for those services. The bottom line is that the pandemic has thrown the housing market into a crisis, and I know that both as this board and as City Council, you're hearing it everywhere. Before the pandemic, the fair market housing and the affordable housing market were almost completely disconnected. I mean, there was a little bit of overlap, but the bottom line is if you made an amount of money and you could live in Hyde Park, you made enough money and you could live in a fair market unit, you would go there. When the fair market unit collapsed because of the pandemic, and that moratorium on eviction killed us, What ended up happening was that the fair marketplace almost doubled, in some cases tripled, in some places quadrupled that rent. The tenants had to go to the affordable market. And when they came over to the affordable market, we now have landlords telling us, I could get 2 times what SVDP, 2 times what VA is willing to pay, certainly more 2 times than what HUD's willing to pay on a VASH voucher. So the crisis that we're seeing is real. And the numbers that we're seeing are astronomical. Last year's point-in-time count that was done by the Continuum of Care, now mind you, this data is almost 12 months old. It'll be 12 months old in 3 weeks. Showed a 59% increase in veterans out on the street and unsheltered. I will tell you that that number is way worse and has not gotten much better during the fiscal year. We took data during the month of December and collected data at the touch points to the system as it pertains to veterans. And in one 7-day period, there were 152, I think it was, 151, 152 unduplicated veterans seeking shelter in Tampa where there was no shelter bed available to them. So there are crises throughout the system, you know. There's crises in the shelter world because there's not enough. The system is not right-sized for this. But the critical thing is that on the back end of it, that there is not enough housing, there's not enough housing stock, and to be honest with you, I don't know that we can build our way out of it, but the planning that has to happen today is really setting planning in place for 5 or 10 years from now. The hardest piece that we have is land. And even in Hillsborough County, if you drive out east, and I took a toot down 301 on the MLK holiday to get strawberries, that used to be all farmland. That is all developed. It is gone. And especially within the city, as you well know, to find pockets of land to set aside for future development of affordable housing, there has never been a moment in the city of Tampa's history than now when you as our leaders really have to put that in mind. And the mechanism, and there's a separation between identifying the land and the mechanism to build that land. We're working really heavily with the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, which takes the Sadowski tax dollars. More and more are being allocated into the Tampa Bay metro area. We have a $28 million project that's going on over in Tampa that we were just awarded. But the public-private partnership is critical. And I think not just because of my knowledge, but I also talked to Director Moody. We have a partnership with the city of Sarasota. The city was able to take 2 adjacent lots, and the zoning allowed it, so you got to kind of work with planning and development to make sure that zoning allows it. They were willing to donate two lots side by side. The county was willing to give 400 and change, 800 and change is what I think it's up to now. And then we worked with private dollars, and we're going to be able to put 10 units on that land. Now, you might think 10 units, big deal. It is a big deal because maybe we don't build big projects. Maybe we do try to work throughout the city and put smaller complexes so we don't build housing projects that become problematic for behavior issues down the road. And maybe it is that small scale. And so when we were talking with your staff about opportunities, I almost think on some level it's better to make it smaller and make more of them and scatter them. But the resource at hand is the land. And even if you don't know how to put the building up, to secure that land, to reserve that land, to trust that land, and to set aside that land, I will tell you that we, and there are others coming, also other providers that are out there that are dying to partner with the city to put affordable housing on that land. And when we talk about target markets, I think it's also important to know that the #1 increase in homelessness for both veteran and civilian in our community is the senior citizens. We have men and women on the streets in their 80s that have been displaced because of the housing market with no place to go, making $900 to $1,100 per month in Social Security. And where are you going to rent for that? And so I think that aging market is something that criteria is a critical priority for us. And I also think that 80% and under of that AMI is critical. And I am not negating the fact that every worker, probably half the staff in this building, are rent burdened and are struggling to make it. But that place in our community, the poorest of the poor, which is the niche that St. Vincent de Paul is most concerned about, and we have been for 190 years, the opportunities for that marketplace are zero. And to me, that's the most critical thing. And I'll close with this because I was just in a meeting where they were debating the prioritization based on age, and they said that 55 was elderly, and I went nuts. I was just like, I said, can we at least make it 80? And then we got into this whole negotiation about, I don't know what that magic number is. But I'm going to tell you that a person that is 50 out on the street in homelessness, when you look at them, you're going to think that they're 80 because of what the housing crisis has done to them, and the prevailing health factors and everything else that goes along with it. So I know that she's had tons of accolades, but from the community's perspective, it's amazing to work with your staff from the outside looking in partnership with them. I also invite you, next time you're driving up Nebraska, take a look at 5109. We, through a merger that we had with another not-for-profit here in town, we picked up that building. We just finished the renovation, almost finished with the renovation. The furniture goes in tomorrow, and we'll probably be doing an open house. And that's right in the heart of Southeast Seminole Heights, because I used to live on Frierson right behind there. So we're really heavily invested in this community, and I'm just grateful to be here. And I'm grateful that you're focusing on this, because I think it's probably among the biggest social issues that is facing, emergency issues that's facing us today, is the housing crisis.
Comments? Board Member Hurtak, Board Member Vieira.
I want to say thank you. I mean, your passion is absolutely evident, and I hope you come back on February 29th when we're having a workshop about housing, or just tune in, because this is exactly the kind of community connections we need to be making. And we just heard from Hive last week that's focused on members of the community with disabilities. And we are working, I know in Ybor, on housing for artists. Every different community we're trying to do all these different types of housing. And so I really appreciate the focus on veterans. In this community especially, we have a very large population. So I'm really looking forward to the different ways that we as a city can do this, but we are committed. We have committed a lot of resources to housing, and now we are about to get a roadmap on ways we can affect that change. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Board Member Vieira.
Thank you very much, and I join Councilwoman Hurtak in saluting your enthusiasm and your vigor, your passion. And I've always been a big fan of St. Vincent de Paul. I remember going with my mom as a kid at Corpus Christi Catholic Church at what was it, Joe Lopano? Does that ring a bell? Or no, not Joe Lopano. I'm sorry, no. Joe. Well, my post-COVID, I had COVID a couple of weeks ago. My memory isn't what it is, but it'll come back to me. But yeah, wonderful organization. I think of the statement from Catholic Charities, which is we serve people not because they're Catholic, but because we're Catholic, and you're guided by that principle that has secular justification in government, but which is, as you do to the least of these, that you do unto me. And that to me is what St. Vincent de Paul is all about. And so I think that's, wonderful. But this is particularly important because, as you indicated, this is something that was motioned for specifically veterans. You mentioned some of older individuals, perhaps maybe Vietnam-era veterans, perhaps people from our 1980s conflicts, perhaps folks from the Gulf War era. We live in a very unique time with our veterans where we've had 20 straight years of deployments post September 11th of 2001 with men and women, some of our greatest Americans who, after our country was ruthlessly attacked, said, please send me. And they knew that they were going to be sent to places like Afghanistan and like Iraq, and they come home and all they want is a fair deal. All they want is a fair shake. All they want is respect and dignity and equity, and housing is part of that. So I think it's very, very important. And you talked about post-COVID, just the tremendous, brutal impact that's had on our working families. Everybody from the working class, middle class, people struggling hard to getting to the working class, into the middle class, or working poor, marginalized communities, and that's hit our veterans. go one day, I don't mean you, I know you've been to many places like this, for folks, go one day and talk to the people in our Hillsborough County 13th Judicial Circuit Court, Veterans Treatment Court, run by our friend Colonel DJ Reyes, who Ms. Moody and I spoke with, does so much on affordable and housing for our veterans. And you see the hit that the veterans who are taking part in that program have taken. So that's obviously something that's very, very important. But I'm glad to see this coming forward. I know Ms. Moody and we've talked about the Palafox Street properties in East Tampa. Can you talk a little bit about that in terms of what's potentially there?
Definitely. Thank you so much, Mr. Raposa, and thank you for your question. Yeah, as I mentioned, the CRA has been assembling land, and we recently closed on the Palafox property, and that could potentially be a site that we look at, as well as other vacant properties. But really looking at our housing stock, and this really just showed that it's the power of partnership and the P3 initiatives that would be needed, because the CRA is able to contribute to that housing stock or donate the land. That would be the need. So we would be looking into our properties to see which one would be a good fit to develop potentially an RFP, if that is the pleasure of the board.
Yeah,
to do so.
and I will motion for that, if I may. I think this is something that's very, very important for us, and to have our CRA focus on groups like veterans, folks who are acutely affected by the housing crisis. We're very lucky to have in our CRA team Mr. Elise Drumgo, who's here, who's an Afghanistan war veteran and is a very, very proud United States veteran. So I will motion, if I may, counsel, for CRA staff to present an action plan to build affordable housing for veterans on the aforementioned Palafox Street property at the May 9th, 2024 board meeting.
Second for discussion.
For discussion. Yes, Attorney Massey.
Relative to the disposition of any land within the CRA, whether it's been purchased with CRA funds or whether it's owned by the city outright for any purpose, if we partner with a third party, that has to go through an RFP by state law, just so that the board's aware.
If Councilwoman has concerns, or Hurtak, you can, and then I'll ask the question.
The only thing I wanted to say is that, and honestly, with this next Army-Navy plot as well, we're having a holistic discussion on what to do with housing on February 29th. And so I would actually ask that we take all of these ideas and hold them until February 29th, because they're coming with a roadmap. And knowing, I mean, now, I think all of us, it's incumbent upon every single one of us, and maybe the housing team knows this already, but if we have ideas, to throw them their way before February 29th.
Right.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, because I'm even thinking about this Army-Navy lot. We're going to get this discussion, but then in a month and a half, we're going to have another discussion about what to do with all of this. I just think that we may be premature, and I think it's a phenomenal idea.
Of course, that's not in dispute.
But I don't know what there might be a different roadmap for all of these other things, and I don't want to add work where they may have already done that work, I guess is what I'm saying.
May I respond?
Yes.
Thank you. And so that property came up in discussion with our CRA staff. I mean, is that a property that could be useful for this? And again, Mr. Massey had his notes on that, but.
Absolutely. We can look at all of our vacant lands and properties and see which one would be the best fit.
So how about I do this then? I'll motion then for CRA staff to, and we can discuss this at the February meeting, but for this to come back to us after that discussion, once we pinpoint and highlight a property, whatever it may be, for CRA staff to present an action plan to build affordable housing for veterans at the May 9th, 2024 board meeting after our discussion where we have more specificity. I'm fine with that, yeah.
So you're putting a motion on top of a motion?
No.
You did cancel the first one, okay.
By virtue.
Okay, thank you. Is there discussion, board member Carlson?
Yeah, thank you for putting that after February 29th. Along the lines of what Board Member Hurtak said, in addition to all the other things, we need to figure out what the funding mechanisms are. and we'll go through that on that day, but we have people asking us for money, and we've put money in, but we need to have an objective way of offering a consistent amount across projects somehow. And I hope that by the end of February 29th, we'll have that. Thank you.
Board Member Miranda?
So I would just second
should say
his motion
something.
for March.
Mr. Drongo, did you want to say something?
I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. Board Member Clendenin?
Yeah, on Councilman Vera's initial motion, which he withdrew, but also on this point, I kind of echoing on what Councilwoman Hurtek said, all these, what we do as CRA board members and also city council members, I'm always, these piecemeal things we do are bothersome or worrisome to me. I think that we need to have on every one of our actions a more of a comprehensive, overview and plan of how we're expending taxpayer money. And I think the financing is a key element in that. Really doing a large-scale assessment of our resources, our holdings, and recognizing what the best use of each one of those individual properties are. And I think part of the, maybe I think a motion would be better as to ask this, the staff for that type of action and report to bring to us on the 29th when we have that, an assessment and recommendations on some of these properties, so that we, because they can do the homework and a lot of the work that we're doing.
Board Member Miranda?
Along those same question, in my mind is, do we have a consensus and understand when you talk about homelessness, no matter if it's a veteran or someone, do we have an understanding of who they are and how long? Do they come from this community first, and do they come from the north because of cold weather? Do we have all that? In other words, who are we going to take care of first? The ones that were here before, or the ones that are moving in? I don't know. Maybe we can't take care of all of them, I don't think. So I gotta find out. I wish we could, but we're not the federal government. We can't write a check and say, hey, let it ride.
So that gets complicated if the attorney.
It's complicated.
The attorney's looking at me like, Raposa, where are you going with this? But that gets really complicated under fair housing. So I will tell you that according to the federal government, if an individual spends the night last night on Franklin Street Mall, they're now Tampa's.
You're what now?
They're now Tampa's. And if tomorrow night they spend the night in St. Petersburg, they become St. Petersburg's. And that becomes an issue. But I'll give you comfort in this. Because there's always a misnomer out there that the people in our community are not ours. One of the questions that we ask at intake is, where did you go to grammar school and where did you go to high school? 99% of our caseload went to school at Hillsborough County Schools. So, but you can't screen out based on that because of fair housing. But Member Miranda, I can assure you that the people of this community are in desperate need, and they are coming forward in desperate need. The vast majority of them went to grammar school and went to high school here in Hillsborough County School System. Okay.
Okay, Attorney Massey.
Just a couple of things. Mr. Raposa is correct. I mean, we're subject to the fair housing laws, and we cannot discriminate based on,
I want to clear it out. I want to find out where we're at.
But secondly, relative to and we can talk further discussion, I think on February 29th is probably where it should occur. But when the CRA expends money to purchase land, we typically identify the purpose for which we are acquiring the property. It has to be consistent with both the state law and the community redevelopment plan in that area for which we have acquired the property. And so if we go forth and dispose of that land, if that we partner with a not-for-profit or an affordable housing entity, it needs to be consistent with the purpose for which we acquired the property. So any RFP to dispose of the land would have to be consistent with why we bought the property. We use CRA funds to purchase the property.
Yeah, what you buy it for in the first place.
I think part of the discussion that's probably going to come forth on the 29th is what's the best vehicle for coming up with a more comprehensive plan on how to deal with that, whether it's partnering with other third-party developers that will develop the affordable housing, whether it's through the vehicle of the community land trust potentially. There's different ways to do this, and so there's different strategies. So that's part of the conversation that will be coming forward on the 29th. So.
Okay, any further discussion? Board Member Hurte.
Thank you. And I think, going back to the CDC, I I got to tour the new Blue Sky development that's just north of Fletcher.
Yes, it's Uptown Sky.
Yes,
Fletcher
Uptown
and
Sky.
15.
And I can't remember what he said it cost to build that, but it was insanely cheap in my mind comparatively to some of the things that, was it 16 million?
Oh, the whole development
Yeah.
was about 16 million.
Yeah, 16 million. That was it. And again, I know that's still a lot of money,
For
but
61
somebody
units.
just came to us at the last meeting asking for 15 million for 25 units for 20 years. This was 61 units, some of them 3 bedrooms in perpetuity. So we definitely have the opportunity as long as we have that land. So that's why I'm so excited about this workshop on the 29th.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Board Member Vieira, second by Board Member Miranda. All those in favor? Aye. Oppose? Motion carries.
Can I ask about this next one?
Board Member Hurtak, yes ma'am.
So in light of that, and I'm asking everybody's opinion here, do we have this conversation about the Army-Navy lot today? Or do we have that conversation after the February 29th workshop? And I'm asking for your educated opinion.
Yes, and I can invite Director Benson to come up and speak on it too. And I believe that there's an RFP being drafted. That is on a time projection.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I know
Then-
that this is already in motion, but we
Okay.
can speak directly to it.
Then, never mind, but.
Thank you very much, board members. We are prepared to provide an update for you today. We know that time is of the essence and we want to make sure that this comes before you. But we are, open ears in terms of as this moves forward and all of the other discussions move forward regarding housing to make sure that this continues to be consistent with the vision you have for how you want it to be implemented. So if I can go ahead and just kind of kick it off, I want to introduce.
We're past the noon hour, so do we want to continue? I probably need a motion to continue. If you all want to continue until we end the meeting, or do you want to take a break? It's 12:15, so I just want to.
I think that if you wanted to, we could just simply approve the required approvals, and I don't think it's gonna take much to approve the licensing agreement. I think this is it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm happy to stay.
Yes.
I like to say we don't, because we're going to have a night meeting.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I think we should continue, but I also think that we should continue this with respect to the people who put together the presentation. And one of the things I would say at the end of it, if we go through it, is I think we ought to have city projects or CRA projects. If both have bureaucracy, some are the same, but if we have CRA project and city project, it creates an additional layer of bureaucracy that we don't need. My suggestion in this is that we give the property to the city, or that the CRA, and then the city can run it without being encumbered. We don't have to vote twice, the CRA board and city. The city can do it whatever they want. The second option is that the CRA buy the land from the other land from the city, and then the CRA run the project. If the CRA buys the land from the city, then the city can take that money, the proceeds from the land, and use it for affordable housing somewhere else in the city. But I think we ought to have a project that's either city or CRA. I don't think they should be
Well,
combined.
this is just a conversation about the possibilities
But
today.
they're already going forward with an RFP, and all we know about this is this project in concept. I don't know how the CRA can participate in an RFP if we're not taking the lead on it.
Attorney Massey.
I want to clarify something. All of the property that we're talking about is owned in the name of the city of Tampa. None is owned in the name of the CRA. Now, CRA funds were used to acquire some of this property. As a result, if that property is included in whatever proposal or project is moving forward, under the agreement that's between the city and the CRA, you all have input in the RFP at this point in time. I think that's maybe one of the reasons why this is coming forward. Now, if you want to delay it till after the 29th, that's something we can talk about, but that's.
Yeah. And if I may, the bureaucracy only exists because you asked for it to, right? So you asked for these things to come back before you.
Yeah.
And I think that part of this is it's collaborative. We're actually pursuing projects that are within the stated purposes of your CRA, and it exists within the CRA. So that's why we're here. And, I know that there are times at which we want to separate out the two things, but the need for affordable housing is something that this board has talked about. It is a stated goal of the administration. And so collectively, as we try to pursue options for the citizens, we go out and we make these acquisitions. The staff has worked diligently on this for some time to try to pull together just like a real presentation for you to share with you, like the opportunity that's in front of you as a CRA board and as a city council. And so that's really why we're here today. You know, we would love to be able to just stop everything until until the 29th, but the reality is that it takes time for our procurement team to review these documents, for our legal team to review these documents. So the longer that we sit on projects, it's the longer it takes for us to get, you know, and then we're subject to all the other market conditions and forces that may prevent us from getting projects out of the ground. So, you know, the more we continue to push these things out, the more time it will take. So I just want to preface that before the board makes its decision on what to do with this item.
Okay. Is there a motion to continue, or just keep the agenda as is? Okay, let's go.
Great. Well,
Thank you.
In that case, we'll move on to the item. We do have some of our city partners here. We have Director Stephen Benson with City Planning, and then we have Michelle Boone as the Housing and Community Development Representative. If T&I can just pull up the presentation for the Army-Navy, thank you. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Benson.
I have nothing further. I'm just going to go ahead and introduce Evan Johnson, who'll be giving the presentation for you.
Perfect.
So
Thank you, Mr. Benson.
Good afternoon, Board. Evan Johnson, City Planning. And good afternoon. As they mentioned, I'm going to walk through basically a briefing presentation on where we're at with the RFP and offer hopefully some conversation about some of the ideas that you all have been bouncing around, as well as what we've talked about internally. So with that, we know generally this area, but there's a little background for the audience watching on TV. This is primarily the area that we're talking about. It's the northwest portion of downtown. Let's call it Orange Ave on the east, the I-275 on the north, the river on the west, and Cass generally on the south. It kind of represents this area. There's a lot of interesting things about this, let alone the fact that the city and the CRA own a decent amount of property. There's also a lot of other public stakeholders in the area and potential partners, I think, really going to have a lot of leverage moving forward to see a vision in this area occur. So thinking of like Hart owns Marion Street, DOT owns property as well. So I do think this is a really interesting place for us to have an opportunity to act as an impetus for quality development moving forward. The site itself is in white, 4 acres, give or take, city and CRA ownership. The CRA ownership, the money that was used was for the Army-Navy, which is about 0.6 acres currently. There's also the billboard site, which is immediately abutting. That's right in the middle there. That's the Army-Navy and the billboard site. That's about 3/4 of an acre total. It represents that portion of the site. This is in the CBD, which is the only area in the entire city that doesn't have any density intensity caps. So therefore, assuming you can meet the other development standards within the code, you are not restricted by your units per acre or your floor area ratio.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yes, sir.
Just this slide confused me when I was looking at it because it says city and CRA ownership, but Morris just told us that the city owns all of it. So Morris, can you just confirm?
Purchase the CRA funds.
Yeah, but just from a title point of view, the city owns all of it. CRA really, the city could develop this land without CRA approval, right?
Well, if the land is purchased with CRA dollars, regardless of whether it's titled in the city or the CRA approval of the disposition of that land is required. And it also has to be used for a purpose that is consistent with the community redevelopment plan, because it is purchased for community redevelopment purposes.
Okay,
so we do have, this board does, to extent that land is contained or part of this project, this board does have a say-so in how it's developed and how it's disposed.
But we'll talk about this offline, but we could just convey it to them for this purpose, and then the CRA is out of it and the city can implement it.
Well, I mean, if you want the CRA totally removed from this, the only way that this would happen, it would be, the city would have to agree to this. The city would basically have to buy the CRA out and basically refund the CRA that money.
which I don't think we have in the budget at this point in time, so.
All right, so.
Yeah.
Can we be recognized by the chair? That would be very nice before we speak. Proceed, thank you.
Thank you. So in this area, we talked about the densities and intensities. Now, what is in the code very much does direct the look, the form, the height of the development itself. The CBD zoning is actually unique within the city in that there is a very specific requirement on any given street as to the sidewalk widths, the streetscapes, the look, the feel that is required. I think there's even the concrete patterns as well on the sidewalks themselves. Height is the other big issue downtown, and I'll go ahead and click over to the next slide. So downtown is covered because of Peter O. Knight Airport as far as having height zoning. So this is an area of 130 feet above mean sea level. However, it's downtown, so each individual's project can be, they go through an application process with the Aviation Authority and FAA. But at 130 is, you could do a 130-foot project without having to go through that extra approval, but most likely this is an option if the development team comes in wanting to do that. Just a couple of context pictures, for you all and for those watching on TV. One of the big interesting things happening in this area, right at the, this is the reconfiguration of the Ashley Drive on-ramp and off-ramp structure. So what's highlighted in purple here is essentially the city right-of-way along Ashley Drive leading up to the interstate. So this is everything's generally south of Laurel Street is within the city right-of-way. And we received a grant from the federal government to redesign and reconfigure this. So in theory, and we have brought mobility here to answer specific questions, but the idea is that we're going to do a better job of bringing the roadway down faster in a way that helps us make more east-west connectivity within this area. So think about pedestrian connectivity, the grid basically being reconnected here. There we go. This is the proximity to that right-of-way, as you can see, with your Army-Navy being the one in the middle. And these are just some images from Florida Avenue looking north and south. Now, we show this as potential streetcar extension running down Florida Avenue if that loop is implemented. However, it's also really important to acknowledge that this particular location at Royal Street on Florida is a location for a station of the proposed BRT as well. So as we move forward and as we move forward with the RFP, we've had conversations with HART. We want to make sure that as these proposals come in, that language is included, that at least make sure that the appropriate amount of space, design, whatever it may be, that is needed for those transit facilities is included in that concept design moving forward. If you've been out there, you don't really, you certainly know this already. This is a very large right-of-way. Generally speaking, we're talking about 200 feet. The Royal lot is on the right there, which is the southernmost portion of this project area. But it is a very large right-of-way, and there's going to be a lot of work to be done in design and coordination. And I'm sure Mobility can speak a little bit to that if you have any questions. And one more mobility-oriented slide. I really am glad that we brought them, is that on the left you've got your existing condition. On the right is just a general concept of how we may block it out or wish to have it blocked out and broken in north to south. So here you've got a new connection on the south end, which is Harrison. So this would be part of that reconfiguration. Harrison would help connect east-west as well. And then to the north is a reconfigured Laurel Street. Right now, it's kind of a diagonal. This is going to be partially, this could be straightened out for improved transit, as well as creating a more square rectangular development lot itself. Now, we've had lots of conversations internally. We listened to your conversation last in the December meeting regarding potential ideas, public benefits to be included or recognized within the RFP. Obviously, residential, we've seen this as a residential-driven project. Affordable workforce housing, what does that look like? What are we going to require versus, asking for community-serving uses? Now, that could be space for community rooms. That could be specific space for services that may be needed by residents, particularly if you're thinking lower middle income residents who may need access to certain types of services. I know you all conversed about arts and arts support space as well. Retail, commercial, we do think this is important. Mobility transit, already spoke to that, and then public realm, just meaning streetscape, public, I heard about Herman Massey earlier, which I think is going to be a fantastic addition nearby, as far as a nice park nearby, let alone all the Riverwalk and everything on the west side to this project. And then I wanted to dip a little bit more into housing, which I know is, we also have Michelle here from Housing Community Development. We're thinking, we've kind of thought of this as a 600 to 1,000 units of residential total, which basically works out to 200 to 250 units an acre, which is not beyond the possibilities in downtown and what we've seen in recent years. 80% AMI and below for this, these are all minimums that we're thinking of right now and having discussions about internally. But 80% AMI and below would be the affordable units that we would be targeting. At least 10%, and those would be in perpetuity. 99-year ground lease would be one of the ways in which we could do that. So that would be at least 10% set aside, so anywhere in the neighborhood, we're talking close to 100 units, depending on how big the development itself is. And then ultimately, we want to make sure that as development teams come in, again, these are minimums, but as development teams come in, we want to make sure that if there is some assumption being made about additional funding that might be needed for infrastructure, housing, otherwise, that these things are being brought to attention early on, so those are parts of the conversation as well. So that's what that last bullet is referring to. There we go. As far as next steps, we've talked a little bit about it. We do have the February 29th presentation, or presentations, I'm sure. It'll be a day-long conversation about housing. But we want to integrate that feedback, integrate any feedback in discussion today, and then we go through that advertisement process. The way the process is laid out is, I believe, and I defer to legal for details, but I believe we would come back with city council approval on the contracts once that RFP process, the review has been done, I believe is how we'll do it. But Mr. Massey, if there's anything different to that. And with that, as I mentioned, we have Michelle from Housing Community Development. We've got Mr. Brandon Campbell from Mobility, and we're all here to answer your questions.
Okay, Board Member Clendenin and Board Member Hurtek and Board Member Carlson.
In previous discussions on the board, we talked about setting aside some units for the conservatory at the Straz. Are you incorporating this in?
Currently, what we've talked about is we want to have enough specificity to allow for some guidance, but also be creative. So we don't want to say you must have X number of units of everything. So with that being said, if that is something, we've got a discussion about housing. We've talked about different types of housing that could be considered. That is certainly something that we could talk about putting in as a potential, but we're not trying to say, to this point, we haven't said we're going to require you set aside a certain amount of units.
Well, I think this board was
conservatory.
I think there was kind of a consensus that it was a good idea. One, because of the proximity, the proximity from the Straz Center with the realignment of Ashley Street, and then again we talk about then that mixed age group, and as we're developing this, it provides a great opportunity to have this element in that area. So I would, and I know that the Straz has been asking for that. So I think it would be really a big missed opportunity if we don't incorporate that in.
Thank you. Can you go back one slide?
Yes, of course.
1,000 units. 1,000 units. Push the envelope.
Not enough.
No, it's not enough.
Okay.
So, prioritizing as many units. This is the only space in the city where we can just keep going. Yeah. So we should do it. We should get that waiver from the FAA. We should do whatever it takes. But what I'm confused about here is you said the target is 80% AMI and below, but there's only a set aside of 10%?
That is consistent with what we have generally done with developments in downtown and for the bonus priorities. But again, that is what we have been talking about as a minimum of a
Well,
set
and
aside.
the one thing that, and I think to,
Attorney,
yeah,
yes.
just so that you all realize, at least it's for the property that was acquired by the CRA, the CRA portion, it was acquired for affordable housing purposes. So that percentage needs to be pushed in order for it to be legally consistent with the purposes for which it was purchased.
Because y'all, we had a independent discussion about this. I don't know if every council member did, but I had an independent discussion with y'all about this, and from my understanding, you're kind of dividing it into 4 parcels, and 3 of them were going to be focused on affordable housing, and one of them was basically going to pay for it. I don't know if that's still what we were looking at, but 10% is not even close to what I expect. I expect over 50%, if not more, and we can do the range. I know from the CRA perspective, we need to focus on 80% AMI and below. But for the city portion, we can focus on 80 to 120%. And then there's that market rate that we were going to consider to help pay for it all. I don't know if you want to sprinkle that in, however that works. But we have we own the lands now. This is exactly what we were trying to do. I want to push the envelope for housing as much as possible because we can here. We already own it. We spent a ton of time and effort putting that in. And if we were to sell this, we wouldn't get any. We wouldn't get any. I mean, we'd be basically back to December 2023's meeting where we're, hoping to get 10%. Because that was what was happened. The Tampa Housing Authority just gave that land away. We couldn't give it away for the amount of money we'd need to replace this. So I absolutely don't think that selling it is a good idea, but 1,000, it should be our limit, our low.
Okay.
Like 600 shouldn't even be in the conversation. I mean, that gets it's just so many residential units. And if 250 of those are market rate, 750 are between 50 and 120, wow. Or 140, whatever it is we're doing. So I see Mr. Drumgo coming up. Do you have something?
Yes, and then Board Member Carlson, and then Board Member Miranda.
If I may. Yeah.
But go ahead, yes, after
Yes, ma'am.
you and then the.
Yes, ma'am. So, and thank you. For the record, Elise Drumgo, Deputy Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. I think what we're doing, and we appreciate the additional feedback too. Part of this is this receipt of feedback is at some point when we start to draft an RFP, we have to assign certain values to the criteria. And so we hear you as you're saying, we would like these particular uses included. Now, I just want you all to keep in mind that if we run an RFP and we've included all these stated purposes that you like to have, it's additional money, right? And it may cost the developer to meet these needs and meet these goals. And so when you think about the subsidization of those particular units, we wanted to draft an RFP in a way that it would not guarantee that we would have a developer walk back through the door and say we wanted more money, which may be where some of you sitting up there, have those concerns that you would have a developer come in asking for money. So I just want you to keep in mind that we hear you, and we'll draft the RFP to try to meet these stated needs, and we'll weight those criteria accordingly. But there's a chance that when we run it, the responses may be limited, or we may have to continue to redo it over and over again because of the limitations that are imposed. So, you may see us come back before you to ask for some modification to those in the future, if that is the case. So I just want to try to set those expectations for how we move forward.
And that's, I think, part of what, I'm speaking for myself, but I think December's meeting showed that we all need a little help, or at least I need help. And I've actually reached out to Mr. Drumgo to start monthly meetings to learn how stacks work and what's a good use of money, because I don't know that. And while you all can just tell us, it would be great to have that knowledge as we go through this, because yes, I can just tell you that 10% is just not enough, but I don't know how the developer money works. Like how much can we get? So I say, everything we can, but I also know that people need to find a way to make money. So again, maybe some of this can be talked about in February.
Let me add real quick. Wouldn't this be probably subject to a community benefits agreement, given the value of the land? So there would be a potential through the community benefits process to negotiate additional affordable housing concessions.
That is accurate, Attorney Massey. We also have a provision that, allows for the opt-out if we have a certain percentage of affordable housing in the deal. So, it would just depend on what we receive. Yes, sir.
Board Member Carlson.
Just for maybe my colleagues and the public, it is different that the staff is coming back and talking to us about this at this point. Now, this project or this idea has been circulated around CRA for several years, I think, but typically staff does not come before us on a city project and talk to us about the RFP before, so I appreciate them doing that. In the case of the Rome Yard, for example, the city helped put out an RFP. City council was not involved and was not briefed on it. The RFP was awarded. City council was not briefed, and then the contract was negotiated for more than a year. All that process was at least a year and a half, and then only when the contract came out was city council briefed. We read about it, and that was before any of these staff were here. But it is different the way you all are presenting it, so I thank you for that. As I talk to developers, and we've talked about this before, the market conditions are changing. There are still some supply chain issues, and if I remember correctly, one of them is concrete. That concrete is especially high right now, but they expect that to loosen up sometime next year because the capital markets are drying up, and there's going to be less competition for workers and supplies by probably middle of next year. So I think delaying actually helps us in this case because we're going to get a much better deal if we waited 6 months than if we did it now. Also, there are rumors that the Fed is going to go down. I mean, the rumors every day are up or down, but if rates go down, that creates a benefit as well. And so we've been talking about this for several years. It seems to me that it would be better for us to wait 6 months anyway because we would save money and get a better deal. The developers and the private sector would come at it more in a more direct way because they would want to partner with us because we are a source of capital also. I agree with my colleague or colleagues about the 10% not being high enough. In Live Local, it's 40%, and we need to hit whatever we need to hit for the CRA land, but we should be able to go up at least to the FAA limit. Maybe you would try to go over, but at least to the FAA limit on this land, and that would provide plenty of opportunity for a developer to make money above this. And to that point, all research shows that we need to have mixed income in the building. We definitely should not have a building with only affordable housing because that's not a good idea. That was proven wrong 20, 30 years ago. So with all the conditions going on out there and the fact that we have a February 29th discussion, the administration doesn't know what the directives of City Council would be because we haven't decided yet. I would like to make a motion to ask the administration to hold the RFP and not issue it until after February 29th.
I'll second that. I mean, it's going to happen anyway. I mean, we're going to have a discussion on the 29th on everything that we're doing regarding homes and availability to purchase. And I have many questions in my mind thinking out of the box. And I don't know if I'm in the box or out of the box because what I want to talk about is maybe not possible. More than likely, if I bring it up, it may not be possible because I think differently.
Can I comment on the motion?
So you did second for discussion. He seconded for discussion. Board Member Hurtak.
I wouldn't support that only because, as Mr. Drumgo said, I don't know that the first bite of the apple is going to be successful. I mean, Mr. Drumgo, actually you may know, Mr. Johnson, if we get RFPs and we don't like them, do we have to take them?
The answer is no.
Okay, well then, I think I don't have a problem with putting it out and seeing what we get and then refining it to the market, as you said, because by the time it's all done, it's going to be at least 3 more months.
and
4 months, maybe?
With respect to the board and to the discussion here, you know, our intent, again, is to go back and draft and refine the documents and then to work it through all the reviews. And those processes right now through our procurement team are taking 3 to 4 months.
Okay.
Just to do an issuance, right? So we're not trying to rush this through. We're not saying that we would issue this tomorrow. I think that we have time, but then also we would have an open process for the developers to put together their proposals to respond, which would take another 90 days or so. So I just think that from a timing perspective, we're probably 6 months out before we actually have a review committee looking at those proposals. And then you also have to keep in mind that as a council, you know, you would then be subject to reviewing any terms or agreements at that time as well. So I just think that we are very far off from actually being at that point and making, you know, allowing us to go forward just further allows us to refine and continue in the process.
Board Member Clendenin.
Yeah, I agree. I probably wouldn't support that, especially in light of what Mr. Drumco just said. But I would like, before the RFP gets out, be able to have eyes on it to see if our wish lists are, you know, kind of incorporated into that RFP.
Board Member Carlson.
Thank you.
Yeah, the administration never presents RFPs to us, never gets our feedback on RFPs, and never gets our feedback in selecting vendors for RFPs, except in the CRA. And I don't remember a case when we did that. The CRA is only a small player in this project, and the administration has not allowed us as city council to see any of this stuff with other things. And that we know that if we wait, that the financial markets and supply chains will be better in 6 months than they'll be now. And so I think it makes fiscal sense to do that. Keep in mind that we have a trust issue. You all probably read the Times investigative story in the editorial a couple weeks ago. And although it directly hit the administration, it hits the whole city and us indirectly. And we have to try to build trust again. And I appreciate the fact that you mentioned that the RFP time period would be at least 90 days. The city has been accused in the past of having short time frames, so that, and again, before your folks came on board, but developers need time to be able to respond effectively. But my suggestion here and my motion is just, you know, out of respect for the consensus of City Council and the CRA board, that the administration not issue the RFP until after February 29th.
Okay, any further discussion?
I'd just like to get some clarity and understanding of all these things that are going on. This is 1 in 1,000 times that we have an opportunity to do something. If it's 1,000 times, this is the only time we're going to have to do it. And as the city attorney, Mr. Massey, just talked about regarding the monies, who bought it, who owns it, and all that, it's combined, and we understand all that, and it could be bought out by either party, I guess. But when you're talking about the AMI from 40, 60, 80, 120, 140, and then you're looking at a structure that's only for 13 stories, but maybe they can get you to go to 20 stories or 25 stories. Sure, they're being built right now next to us, closer to the airport than that one is. So I'm thinking to myself, what am I talking about? If it's done there and done there, how can I be doing just 2 blocks up the street? So then I tell myself, you're being bought for a reason. That way you get some more sun, you can radiate different things. So I look and I tell myself, let me understand this. Why do you have to have a developer? What's Tampa Housing Authority about? What are things that are coming about, and how do you build these things? The money has already been paid, so there's no due diligence in saying, if we built this, how much rent is going to be charged, how much money is necessary, what's the cost of the building, and at the end of the time that is paid for, can we make a neutral break? But maybe, I know the city council, he's going to come after old Charlie here, but I believe that your discussion is open.
Attorney Massey.
Quickly, I mean, the city typically doesn't build apartment projects, and there's several reasons why it's not, we don't do that. And one of the reasons is economics. I mean, if you go through the city procurement process to build a 25, 30-story apartment building, it will cost the city and the CRA a lot more money than if a private developer did it. I'm just being honest. So we typically partner with, we contribute the land, we may give some financial assistance, but typically it is better for us to partner with a private developer or a not-for-profit that is experienced in that kind of development.
I am that, but what I'm looking at, we have a crisis, not only in Tampa, and the whole United States of America, about other things. Number one is affordable housing. You can't find it. And if it keeps going up north, our problems are not going to get any better, they're going to get worse. Because who's going to live in that kind of weather at any age? It's a movement to the south. Yeah, we have hurricanes, no doubt about that. But if we can't hire a developer to build it and pay a premium, we don't have, as in my mind, when I build an apartment or whatever it is that you want to do, you say, okay, this is what it's going to cost, and this is what the rent is, and after I pay this, there might be a profit, it may not. But the value takes care of the property. You may not get the profit, and in 10 years, it's going to be worth much more than what you paid for it. So then I'm telling myself, well, then we're going to go through all this, and at the end, somebody else is going to control the rights for everything. Am I right or wrong?
Well, this is what, I mean, part of what the RFP would address, and then any agreements would address, because we're contributing the land and some of the financial assistance for that project, then we would negotiate basically as consideration for that contribution restrictions that would guarantee the affordability that a certain number of those units were available for affordable housing for a long period of time. But we're talking 99 years, I think.
And I appreciate that. I'm not in that business to say, if a building is built of so many apartments at a certain rate, what does that money that you're getting out pay back to build that building and make it livable? I don't know that. I don't know if anybody else does. In other words, if you have 1,000 units or 1,500 units or 500 units, how much is the building going to cost? And how much is going to be affordable living? And what's the payback on that building? If we're talking that the city can't make anything of it, then neither can the developer.
If I may, a couple general thoughts. I mean, I think for many of the reasons that have already been discussed as far as the procurement process in the city and what we do and what we're good at or not, as far as, you know, building apartments. I think that ultimately development groups, they have access to more capital than we do, and they understand those markets. These are going to be national, maybe international groups, depending on, you know, how wide in reach the RFP is. They've got experience in construction standards and things like that can reduce the cost for them. That we don't deal in that type of market. I mean, this could be the 10th building that they have done in a similar structure design or something along those lines. And as well, they can go out and be very flexible and creative with the partnerships. Without having to come and execute an agreement, they can bring new team members and they can come together with a very creative approaches. And that's what we want to do with the RFP. I think is that we want to stoke that creativity. We want to give them the things we've talked about today as far as those guidelines of we want at least this many or this percentage of housing and all of that. And we're definitely hearing you all. And then to your other point, as far as what the city levers that we might have moving forward, one of them is the land use restriction agreements that will get executed for the units specifically. We may, depending on the proposals, the city may retain ownership of some or all of the land, and it could be a long-term lease. These are all options that are to be discussed, I think, by allowing those development groups to come in and do so.
And Mr. Drumgo may be better able to speak to some of this. Part of this is what Ms. Hurtak was talking about, is coming up with the stacks available to make a project like this work, because you're talking about a certain number of units that will be affordable where the developer is not going to make the kind of return that they would think they would make on that investment. And so how to balance that, whether you can get tax credit financing to the state or federal government, there's a lot of other variables that get involved with these projects.
Yeah. I mean, this is why the LD&D group was here before you last month, right? They were trying to figure out how to capitalize their project, and they were looking at those potential tax rebates to help offset some of those expenses. When we're looking at, to get into some of the AMIs that we need, we're looking at a subsidy of $200,000 per unit to do it. And so when you think about 1,000 units, you know, does the city have, or the CRA have $200 million to kick in for one project? You know, and so I think when you start considering what those numbers could be, and then the fact that we would have to consider how to operate that at, you know, and operate and maintain that on the back end, not having our own development corporation as a city. You know, I've worked in places where they do have those organizations tethered to the city, and some of it works, but you will take a loss on a lot of projects. And so in this case, you know, I think that we're trying to approach this with the land as the asset and going out to recruit those developers, like you said, to come in and creatively bring those projects to us. But this is why they're always tweaking what they can do within the various AMIs, because they're looking at the difference or the gap between the market and the actual cost that they're providing to those tenants. And so if you allow us to go forward, we'll see the variety of options that would be proposed to us in those responses. Because, you know, we run a ton of pro formas and we could try to figure it out, but from a design perspective, we may get, you know, 10 different site designs or site layouts as well. And of course, those configurations all will dictate what you can, you know, what the prices will be, the number of units you can cram in. So, I mean, there's just so many variables that go into the development piece of it. And unfortunately, we have the land, well, fortunately, we have the land as the asset, and we need to see what the developers would like to do here. And so that's what we're asking for.
Okay. Board Member Clendenin.
Yeah, I think just one point is that I think maybe some of the folks up here are overestimating the leverage. You know, it's the value of the land is our leverage in this, unless there's a magic pot of money at the end of a rainbow that I'm not aware of. It's the value of the land per unit. You know, you just subtract that out. So, and I think that it's difficult for us sitting up here in an hour to make that assessment. And that's why I think it's really important for us to ask the staff to do their job, and you know what they're doing and what they're asking for right now is to be able to have those tools. I think you've heard what our expectations are, and you'll be able to temper that with the reality of what the subsidies are per unit, what we can put out an RFP, and we'll be exactly, and you'll bring something back to us. And also, Mr. Carlson, what I understand from listening to staff is that reference your motion that really they're not going to have an RFP before the 29th anyway, because it's going to take them longer than that to compile all this information. So I think where we're at right now, it's kind of moot on that motion.
What I heard you say is that we're not going to review the outcome of the RFP for 6 months. I didn't hear you say that you're not going to put out the RFP until after February 29th. Is it going to be 90 days before you put out the RFP? Or is
the language there? So I will say that the team has been working on a draft of the RFP. I do not know how long it would take between now and the 29th to compile all the feedback that we've received here and then run it through the legal reviews and our purchasing team's review. I mean, ideally, we would, you know, that would probably be maybe a 6 to 8 week process to receive all that feedback and get a document that we feel comfortable in publishing. Now, if the board is asking for us to come back and so that we can discuss those criteria, I mean, that's something that we don't typically do. That would be very atypical for us to come back and discuss that criteria, but before we issue the RFP, I would say that.
So, I mean, I think right now you've got all of our feedback. I asked to put eyes on this individually. You know, y'all bring so we can provide input, and then we can move. And then again, we still have another bite of the apple because we could reject it, right?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
there we go. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion. Any other comments?
What?
Board Member
I
Carlson.
don't know how the vote's going to go on this one, but if based on what he said, what about if I change the motion to say that we'd like them to come back at the next meeting to review the criteria with us before they put out the RFP?
But he said it would take 6 to 8 weeks.
Well, correct.
So then we can discuss it on February 29th.
So it'd be 6 to 8 weeks for us to compile all the comments and then create a scoring matrix, right? And then have all of that reviewed and vetted through the various departments that contribute.
So what if I change the motion to say, I'd like you all to come back to review the draft with us on February 29th?
Yeah, and as I said, it's atypical for us to do that as a whole body. But, you know, again, it sounded like you all wanted some one-on-one conversation about that criteria.
But I think we need a public conversation is my point, because the public has a lot of thoughts on it. We could have had 3 hours of conversation just on veteran housing, and there's all kinds of different elements of this that we could have, but we need to, considering all the criticism we've had through the Rome Yard project, the Times articles, we need as much transparency as possible, but also City Council normally is not included in any of this, but since we have a small piece of CRA, we can be, and I think we ought to make sure that we use this for maximum transparency and to have the robust discussions among us. I still think, for example, that CRA should buy all the land and develop this as a CRA project, but that is a discussion for February 29th, not today.
How about March 21st?
Are you changing your motion?
Instead of February, can you have the draft done by February 29th?
But if we have changes, March 21st.
As Mr. Drumgo says, I mean, the process on the administrative side of the House is complicated, and that probably won't go forward before the 29th. I may be, and I'm just throwing this out there, just the key components that were discussed today about the percentage of minimum percentage of affordable housing, you know, that seems to be the bulk of the conversation today. Potentially, if you would like, maybe this group or Mr. Drumgo could come back and report kind of where, after taking this input in, where they're looking at percentage-wise in the minimum criteria before they issue the RFP at the next CRA meeting in February.
But can you do that on February 29th? Is that too soon, or do you need to do it in March?
Well, and I think, February, March. Which one? I'm asking.
For returning to the CRA?
Yeah.
March, preferably. We have a lot to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to withdraw my motion, make a new motion that we ask city staff, housing staff, to come back at the March meeting, CRA meeting, to present the draft RFP for feedback from CRA board and the public.
I think, again, this would be the key criteria dealing with primarily the affordable housing component and the scoring matrix for how you all would move forward with the scoring.
And as you said, normally you would not do that, so by making this motion, we're doing something we haven't really done before, which I appreciate your offer. But anyway, it will provide an extra level of transparency for the public so that the CRA and the city are not criticized for how the RP was done. If the public has a chance to weigh in on the RP, then it will be very clear that it was openly done and not targeted in any way.
Is there a second for Board Member Carlson's motion?
No.
Okay, the motion dies.
If
Board Member Vieira.
If I may, I bet you that we could get to a second if we took it up after 1 o'clock and we probably had lunch. I mean it, you know.
Can I just say again, the motion was just to ask them to come back in the March meeting to give us, to discuss a draft of the RFP. That's all.
They're going to do one-on-ones with us.
But my point is it should be a public discussion.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Board Member Carlson to bring it back in March, second by Board Member Hurtak. Roll call vote on this one?
Clendenin?
No.
Maniscalco? Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda? No. Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Henderson?
No.
It's tied.
So what happens when we tie? This is exciting.
Under Robert's rules, typically it would fail, although I'd have to go look at the city council rules. It may get deferred to next month. So let me double check on that and get back to you on that.
Yeah. Actually, we can't make CRA motions when we're not sitting as a CRA.
Exactly. To vote for it.
We'll have one-on-ones by then, a lot more information.
Right.
Is that dealt with this item, or are we got more?
Yes.
Could I?
Board Member Carlson, Board Member Vieira.
No, on the logo issue, we might be able to resolve it quickly. I think we've all read the memo. The idea is that there is an Ybor, the YCDC in the past had an Ybor City logo. They didn't have a YCDC logo. And there are two different ones that they've used. Brenda went way back in history looking at it. The idea is to build a common brand in Ybor. So, for example, a hotel or another venue could have their logo and then also have the Ybor logo. We did this in St. Pete 30 years ago in promoting downtown. The thing is that we would like to have a license agreement to try to restrict how people use it. The Ybor Chamber and the new YCDC both would like to use it. We've read Morris's memo. I think we simply could convey whatever rights that don't maybe exist to the city instead of the CRA, because Morris thinks the city owns it anyway. But by having a license agreement, there may be some level of protection of it. And if it doesn't work, we can always create something else. But the idea is to enable organizations in Ybor to use a common logo to promote for Ybor City itself in addition to their own businesses.
Attorney Massey.
You know, what the memo does say is that and I'm not an intellectual property expert, so I will say that up front, but what it does say is that the licensing and trademarking of items like the Ybor City crest is problematic for governments to do. And so the typical way that that's been dealt with and the way we deal with it with the city seal, what I'm suggesting is it be done by resolution. And I prepared 2 resolutions, one for Ybor City Development Corporation and one for the Chamber to use that YC crest, the CRA, to the extent we have a right to regulate that whenever they want to. The only thing I'm asking is that if they're advertising events or they're advertising merchandise, that sort of thing, that they make it clear that the use of that crest does not signify that the CRA is a CRA-sponsored event.
Exactly.
We could prepare a similar resolution for City Council to also convey the city's rights to those organizations. And if there's others that want to use it, we can have this processing, have it done very quickly. But I do think it does also give you all a level to figure out who is utilizing what is arguably intellectual property of the Community Development Agency, which is similar to what we do with the city
Move the
seal.
resolutions. Okay, we have a motion to move the resolution, second by Board Member Miranda. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, yes, Board Member Vieira.
And if I may, just to move this along, I motion for CRA staff to report back on the item for the East Tampa grocery store conversations at the May meeting.
Can we do the consent agenda items first?
Yeah.
Isn't that before? Or?
No,
And
we
then the
haven't.
grocery store is coming back on the 11th.
Yeah.
April 11th?
Yeah, April 11th.
They didn't y'all want it in May?
No, that's what it says, continue to April 11th.
It is continued until April 11th, but after conversations with the stakeholder, it is looking more like May.
Okay.
May
Yeah,
what?
I got an email on that.
I'd have to look, I think it's May 11th, or.
Okay.
What you all have already done is moved all those items where there was a request for a continuance
May 9th.
to those dates.
I was
But if you
out.
want to adjust
Okay.
that, we can do that now.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Move approvals?
Okay, yes, that's the next thing. We have a motion to move the consent items from Board Member Hurtak. Can I have a second?
Which is every item but 16, which,
Every item except.
I'm sorry, every item except
14 through
14,
20.
15, 17 through 19.
Thank you. All those in, second by Miranda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, new business. Board Member Clendenin.
Yes, and discussions with Director Moody, the requirements for serving on our CACs, I think they need to be tightened up. One, there's no requirement for somebody to be a citizen of Tampa resident, which seems kind of like, I think it seems intuitive that they should be a city of Tampa resident. So I think that needs to be added. Also, for future appointments. Also, I think we need to tighten up between the, for both categories of the ex officio and the other categories for being participants, that there needs to be some quantitative tie to either the position, the district that they're serving in. So there needs to be either residents, and it needs to apply. And I think right now we already have that to everybody except for ex officios, right?
Yes, sir.
So I think we need to include that for ex officios, that they either have to be residents, they have to have a job, they have to own land. You know, they need to check off some requirement that there's something that ties them to that, instead of just being arbitrary, there's something that ties them to the area that they're representing.
Board Member Hurtak.
Can I The only thing is, I just think that maybe if you just come to each of us individually and get our ideas for that, and then
Yeah.
maybe come back.
In fact, I'm just requesting that.
Oh,
that
okay.
they look-
Yeah, it wasn't a motion.
That they look at that and bring that forward to us, and I think that's a great idea.
No, the application needs to be reviewed and revised.
Correct.
And if we need
Yeah.
to review and revise the CAC policy, we'll bring that back to you
Right.
as well.
Yeah, we can do that
But
together.
just get our input individually
Right.
is all I would
Yeah, no,
ask.
that's a brilliant idea.
Any other new business under CRA?
Can I?
Yes, Board Member Carlson.
I would just like to make a motion to ask the Ybor CAC to present for 5 minutes or less on April 11th as to the possibility of funding major arts projects in Ybor.
Okay, we have a motion by Board Member Carlson, second by Board Member Vieira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Motion to receive and file by Board Member Vieira, second by Board Member Miranda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.